Showtime in 60 seconds. "45 seconds. "30 seconds. The show will start in 15 seconds, and this is your last audible warning.
Previously on the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
Known situations that are illegal immigrants and have been in prison. I think those, I feel better. I feel safer to know that guy with the assault with a deadly weapon is no longer living beside me.
The masked people are mega losers.
Look at this guy with his Palestinian flag. He doesn't even know what that means.
But he had that left over from the last protest.
Wow.
You're listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
Broadcast rights for the Bubba the Love Sponge show have been granted to this station by the Bubba Radio Network and is intended solely for the enjoyment of our listening audience. Any rebroadcast, retransmission, or other use of this production without the express written consent of the Bubba Radio Network is prohibited.
Tuesday, June 10, 2025, the Bubba the Love Sponge show. Hello. Our show is directly pretty much funded, and the way we stay on the air is through your generosity, through PayPal, Venmo, Cash App, BubbaArmyTips.com, Venmo, PayPal, Cash App, all at the Bubba Army. Or you can go to our Rumble page, or our Facebook page, or our X page, or our Twitch page, or our Facebook page, and you can watch the show, and they throw you some commercials there every once in a while, and that helps as well. Become a member, especially on our YouTube. It's where we try to do a lot of our ancillary stuff. So, join, get a notification. I don't think it costs anything to follow and or join the YouTube page. Just a matter of a click. And then get notifications when we go live. We're live Monday through Friday, 6 till 10. Then most days we got some type of after show situation. Today is Clem Kush. That'll be also available via podcasting. We got, 1,000. Seth, we have to be over 1,000 episodes now, are we?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Well over 1,000 episodes, like 10 to 12 different type of programming franchises within our podcasting world. Wherever you get your podcasting, iHeart, Apple, Spotify, just type in, again, pretty much everything is at the Bubba Army. Today's Clem Kush. One thing I want to specifically talk about on Clem Kush is that these two minuscule media influencers who got like 4,000 or 5,000 followers a person have some type of beef with each other. I'm gonna actually cover the story on today's show, but I can't play the video because it's so it would take Gary Cantrell. Like, Lummy, it would take you 15 minutes to get all the beeps out. So I want to specifically.
The video of the streamer getting shot, or the video of the streamer looking for the other streamer
both.
in Vegas?
I think they're both chalked. I watched them both, and I think I'm just going to save them both for Clem Kush.
I mean, works for me. It's was it Finney the Legend versus Sin City something?
Yeah, exactly. Finney the Legend versus Sin City something.
But Finney the Legend and his wife got shot down by this psycho.
Killed. So this Finney the Legend and his wife are visiting Vegas. and they, I guess, for some reason, have a problem with this other dude.
Are they gamers or just streamers?
Just streamers.
Just insignificant streamers. I have the story right here. We can actually get into the story. Let me see. Of course, Skid's here.
But they had issues, and then so the Sin City guy gunned them down on the strip, and then somebody else was streaming on the strip and caught the guy shooting the husband and wife.
This is it right here. This is the story. I just can't play the video because it's F you this, F you that. So, 2 people were killed in a shooting on the Las Vegas Strip. Like, Seth and I were talking about, not to get too far off the story, but Seth and I were talking about, like, I don't know that jail is a deterrent anymore, or the way these people, people are being raised. Well, the guy who shot the bad guy is 41. But obviously nobody is, either our mental health issues are so bad, or everybody feels they're above the law or whatever. But killing 2 people in broad daylight in Las Vegas is not really a big deal to a guy like Manuel Ruiz. It's not going to jail for the rest of your life, being in a cell for the rest of your life, and potentially facing the death penalty. I don't know what Nevada has, but you're going to spend the rest of your life in jail. That's not a deterrent. Now, when we were growing up, Dan, you were made to you were taught to respect authorities.
Yep.
Even if that's the next door neighbor's father,
right,
who's older than you.
Correct.
If he says get off my lawn and you guys settle it down, then you settled it down. Or he's going to go tell your dad.
Then you're done.
And your dad's going to whip your ass. Period.
Yep.
Or Arlene's going to whip your ass. Doesn't matter. But and you are especially not afraid, but you respected men and women in uniform, especially police. Like,
we were scared of them.
Yeah, you were scared of them. Like, and if one would come up and talk to you nice, you'd be like, "Oh yeah, hell yeah, man. I'm cool."
But you don't want to upset them.
I'm
you don't
cool.
want to get in trouble.
Capital punishment is available in Nevada.
It is?
Yes.
This one just, if this isn't Seth, if this isn't as premeditated as it gets, right? You got a social media beef with a guy. The guy puts it out there that he's going to be in Vegas. You track him down and kill him in broad daylight. That's as premeditated as you get.
Yeah, for sure.
Dan's Pringle can, $20.
Oh yeah, and I hate I'm not trying to be a beggar today, but we are really today. This is payroll week, Lummy. I was actually having to move. We've had a slow couple months. I think the inflation and economy might, or the tariffs or something, but the money has slowed down a little bit. I'm a little concerned. I had to move some stuff around, so we could use a good week. We could really use a nice week. And we don't do Bubba 199s anymore, just because I thought that they were getting a little bit old and stale, and that was a big part of our finances. A lot of people held back for those Bubba 199s, and they do, a couple, $200-$300, and we don't have that avenue anymore. I guess I can fire it back up, but I still think it's too early.
Yeah,
we could do a Danny 198.
I think we planned on it in September for the next one.
Did we do it? Okay, and that will be that's
we
July.
We're gonna do it before the
cutoff date.
Correct.
And Danny, no disrespect on a Danny 198, but it's a Danny 198. It's the same as a Bubba 199, just with a different person.
Well, I understand, but just to mix it up a little bit, and that way you don't have to have only one between now and September.
Well, but I think maybe only having one is that big buildup that we need.
Okay.
But you would be if you'd like to participate on Bubba 199 in September. That would be maybe a nice change of pace.
Okay.
Maybe have Seth in here as well. Seth brings in the money. Seth brings in the money.
I don't like 199s.
You don't, do you?
No.
Okay,
no,
well,
mostly because of the. Well, I'm not going to say anything. Shut up, fat boy.
Hold on. You're having some real inner struggles right now, my friend. One part of your brain says it, the other part of your brain says don't.
Well, sometimes I like everybody that shows up to, but sometimes it's a little overwhelming. You know,
it is. There's a lot of human beings in a small pet.
A lot of coming and going. It's just
Yeah, it's just a lot of things that would normally give you anxiety. There's a lot of anxiety. There's a lot of Seth anxiety trigger points at a 199.
Yeah,
you know, people coming in and out of the door, and you can't see them. I hate people approaching my backside. You know, and then you have to see them over there, and it's just a lot. 2 people were killed. Now I'm gonna play the video and the part. You know, I'm gonna play the video portion of this story on Clem Kush today, because when the one guy is driving the car, Seth, you know, the one dude, the bad guy?
Yeah,
I think that's the Ruiz guy.
I think that's like Sin City something. That's his name.
And he's like, F this, F that, you little bit, like being a real dick. 2 people were, and listen, this isn't like it's Jake Paul, versus Mr. Beast, 2 people that are really, really social, huge social franchises. This is, I think one dude had, I don't know, 4,000 or 5,000 followers, and the other dude's pretty much the same.
They might have had like maybe 14K between them.
Yeah, between the 2, though.
It's like nobody hitting nobody.
Exactly. 2 people were killed in a shooting in Las Vegas Strip Sunday night in an apparent target killing that followed an online argument. I mean, wow.
This has been going on for 2 years.
If this didn't happen in Vegas, no one would know about it. No one would care about it.
No, I think
it'd be like a branch falling in the forest in the middle of nowhere.
Well, I think the big thing about this is that it got caught on a live stream, so
Right.
we're actually watching somebody's execution. But Dan's probably right. If we didn't have the video aspect, we would just see a YouTube.
If we didn't see the live stream of it,
Yeah.
it would just be a little hidden story, a little blurb in maybe just the Vegas papers.
Yeah, we'd probably go back and watch some of their videos and all that. But obviously now YouTube ripped them down.
Did the bad guy, the Ruiz guy,
He was streaming.
He was when he shot and killed the 2 people he's beefing. Well, the one he was only beefing with the guy, and the guy happened to have his wife with him. They were on vacation.
Dude, he shoots the guy, and the wife starts like screaming and going, "What the F?" And then he turns around and shoots her, and then you see her body just laying there.
Now, is he still at large?
No, he turned himself in.
Police on patrol near the Bellagio Hotel. Again, Dan, we've all been to Vegas, and that's like the Bellagio Hotel. That is a very safe. There's some
sacred ground there. That's where the fountains are.
Right.
That is sacred ground.
Now, you get on
Vegas.
Fremont Street, and you can get into some rough areas of Vegas, but not the Bellagio. That's where the fountains are.
Right. That's mainstream.
That's like upper crust stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Police on patrol near the Bellagio Hotel heard gunshots at about 10:40 p.m. and found 2 people with gunshot wounds. When they arrived on the scene, according to Las Vegas police, the suspect, 41-year-old Manuel Ruiz, turned himself into the Henderson County Police Station on Monday. He will be booked in the Clark County Detention Center on 2 counts of open. Here's what he's booked with: open murder with a deadly weapon. Does open murder maybe mean premeditated? I don't know what.
Out in the open. Public.
Okay, all right.
That's got to be worse, right?
Is that worse than killing a guy inside his house?
Well, you would think, because you're shooting them in the middle of a crowd.
And you're
endangering people.
You're right. You're also endangering, what if one of your bullets ricocheted and hit some kid in the head?
Exactly. It's more reckless.
Is there any thought in this guy's head that he's getting away with it?
No.
Why? Not if he's streaming it live.
I don't know what the point is where I go, I'm going to go to jail for the rest of my life for this. Like, I just don't feel like somebody could get under my skin that badly.
There are some things that I could see myself going to jail for the rest of my life. I can. Couple of them. But nothing to do with any beef or any type of, like somebody that's my God, half a chat hates me. I'd be, killing 300 people a day.
Yeah, and like Seth, that'd be like you murdering another guy that was doing a podcast about the lightning. You know what I mean? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, it makes no sense. Why would you kill yourself over that?
It would be more like one of these, we all have our people on chat that don't like us. And then they go to maybe various other forums and continue their disdain.
Well, this guy was a troll to him? I thought they were competing.
No, they had an online beef, much like, much like unsavory character hates me.
But he doesn't have a show.
No, I know that, but if let's say
so I
that
thought
he
they
did,
both had shows.
They do. They did.
They both had shows,
they do
and
have
they
shows,
would
okay.
beef it back and forth, Dan. Be like, one guy be like, you're a dick. No, you're a dick.
Well, MJ is wearing a bulletproof vest.
But here's the thing.
Just in case.
Why would I, if anything, MJ would kill me because I kicked me and your brother and my dream team kicked his ass and caused,
you have to punch down.
He lost $3 million on that deal.
Jeez.
Because remember, he tried to sue Phil Campbell for, what's that called?
Malpractice. Legal malpractice.
And by the way, I was MJ's star witness, and they found that Phil had not committed malpractice, and so MJ was on the hook for the 2.8. I guess he spent 1.8 during the trial. Now I know what Jay's bill was, and I don't know what the hell how much Phil Campbell charges an hour. But I mean,
he had an army behind him that was helping.
I mean, listen,
they
they
were charging retail.
I had an army behind me, and my bill was $880.
Mm-hmm.
And I had I had better legal representation than he did. We won.
But you had Bubba discount pricing.
Well, true. MJ spent 1.8 before we went to trial. Then Phil tacked on another $1 million for trial. Oh my God! And then
that's disgusting.
I mean, anyway. So anyway, I wouldn't kill him. Hell no, I'd laugh at him. I watched some of his videos. He's trying to get like socially relevant. Oh my God, he's such a Karen. He's such a Karen. Everything is like, oh my God, look at this stump chipper. They got this literally, Lummy, on his Facebook page or he's got. I guess he needed a stump removal from his house, and so he hired, like you and I'd go to Sunbelt and get our own, stuff. We would probably grind our own stump. Of course, he can't because he's a pussy, and he has his stump grinder, something that Aaron from Average Joe does like 40 times a week.
Well, do skid steers have booster seats?
Under Sheriff Adam Walsh described the shooting as an isolated and targeted incident. It's believed that the suspect and the victims knew each other and had previously engaged in a conflict over social media to the shooting in a police. So there is video. Let me see if I can play just a little bit of it before the guy starts.
On Sunday, June 8th at approximately 10:40.
All right, so I think this is just the story.
Yeah,
I
there
forgot
should be a
where.
news story.
I forget. I think Seth sent me the guy in his car beefing.
p.m. Officers from the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department who were on patrol in the 3600
And by the way,
block
this is
of Las Vegas Boulevard.
This is a social media beef amongst two people that got about 15,000 followers between the two of them.
Heard.
I gotta tell you, man, I really do think social media is destroying our lives in some way, shape, or form.
Oh, when two basement ballers, have a shootout in Vegas, it's evident.
Gunfire occurring on the west side of the street. The officers immediately ran towards that gunfire, and they found two victims who were laying on the sidewalk, suffering from apparent gunshot wounds. Our officers rendered medical aid to both victims. But and
think about this. I don't know much about the two victims as far as, we'll probably be able to get into that a little bit later as we get some more information. But did they have children? I
don't think anybody knows much about the streamers.
Right.
Efforts to save those victims' lives were unsuccessful, and both victims were pronounced deceased at the scene. At this point, we believe we have the suspect identified and that this is an isolated incident, knowing that the suspect and the victim...
And you know what, Dan? The casinos, the Highline casinos around there have got to hate this when you can't even get into the Bellagio because it's police taped up. And you got,
stepping over dead bodies before you can play craps.
Maybe
that sucks.
Well, no, but maybe you just flew in and you're in a cab because you got reservations for you and your wife, for you and your boys, or whatever.
I want to see the pretty fountains.
And at Bellagio, you're a big time spent. You got the nice room, the whole 9 yards. And literally, I don't know that they let a cab through a police tape line. I don't think they do.
No, you'd have to go to the backside and go in the Vegas Underground.
Had previously engaged in some type of conflict using a variety of social media platforms.
Peter, as we track this down, what social, like, were they on Instagram? Were they on X? Were they on YouTube? Were they on Facebook? Were they on Twitch? Were they on Discord? Like, where were they beefing?
At this point,
Interesting. Let me to track down the beef.
Yeah.
Well, all the videos have been removed for the most part. YouTube took down their
like tastes great versus
channels.
less filling.
Is being made by members of the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department to locate, apprehend, and arrest the suspect who is responsible for this crime.
All right, so let me. I know I have more audio from this.
How to apply for and renew your passport from the comfort of your own bed. Stay under the covers.
How many of us have valid passports? I don't.
I don't.
I do.
I know you do. Of course you would. Mine's so expired. And responsibly, you probably should keep your passport up to date.
It's 10 years it lasts.
I know. Well, mine, I haven't flown. I don't really need to ever leave the country, but I did.
Well, maybe one day you have to.
Yeah, well, yeah, exactly. I'm gonna play the audio of the beef. There's one. Now, Seth, the shooting. I think the shooting. There's two videos. There's the shooting video, and then there's the guy that's the bad guy, the Ruiz guy that is driving around Vegas saying, "I'm looking for you, bitch. I've been to all the casinos. I've been there. And so I think they had agreed to meet at, was it called Fire? It was a nightclub called Fire, and they were going to meet at Fire tonight or whenever.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, so there are two pieces of audio that I will play that I think I need to save for Clem Cush. Just because of the language. I know the one where the guy's driving around, the bad guy who now is in custody, he's effing this and effing that and, just saying all kinds of things that I would have to edit out. So
he immediately got away with it, too, and he came back and turned himself in.
Yeah. I wanted to get your information on. I wanted to get your opinion on this, Dan, and we talked about it after you'd left yesterday, but these people, it was 4 yesterday, it was either 3 or 4 yesterday, and today's 1, but there's these Chinese scientists that are smuggling in these spores from China to disrupt our food chain, if you will. And are you familiar with this? And
I read the story.
How devastating could this be?
Catastrophic.
Didn't somebody do that to the citrus crops of Florida, and it wiped out about 90% of the citrus crops in Florida?
They did have a couple things introduced into them that was foreign. I don't know if it was, purposeful or accidental, but yeah, it's catastrophic. And these types of sabotages are more devastating than dropping a bomb on Orlando. You have no idea how catastrophic it would be. And now, okay, so you have 3 instances of Chinese scientists. We're talking that we're not jobbers. They're just
We're not talking about two Chinese gamers.
Yeah, this guy is like bonsai plant that he's bringing over to America. We're talking about really calculated, evil biological substances designed to devastate our food supply. So, I think it would be a far cry to think that at some point in the future they could bring over a virus purposefully.
Oh,
Jesus! Can you imagine if they did something like that? Maybe developed and helped leak or decimate or disseminate a virus throughout the world. God forbid they could do something like that. If it's starting with worms.
Did you see where Patel had made the announcement that they have seized Fauci's phone, and they're going to go through his phone to see if indeed everything he testified to was the truth, and everything he was slinging was the truth, and if he was influenced by any way, shape, or form, financially or otherwise, that they're doing an investigation into Fauci. And do you think that they're going? I think they're going to find something.
Oh, come on! They'd find something on everybody. They'd find if Jesus had a cell phone, they went through it. He'd be like, "Oh, I busted."
A Chinese researcher allegedly tried to smuggle in biological materials into the U.S. from Wuhan and lied to the feds about the secretive scheme. I can't even begin to pronounce this chick's name. Was it Cheng Zhang? Cheng Zhang Han? Was it Cheng Zhang Han?
No.
was arrested Sunday after landing at the Detroit Metropolitan Airport on a flight from Shangri-La. According to the charging document, she was charged with smuggling goods into the U.S., making false statements. Han is the third. Now, again, like Dan said, these aren't gamers or these are scientists.
Yeah, this designed to disseminate this biological warfare. They are soldiers. So they should be treated as such.
She she's a Chinese scientist is the third Chinese scientist to be charged with smuggling illegal biological materials into Michigan in the recent weeks. So do they think that, like, I know a lot of Arabs and a lot of Muslims and a lot of non-Americans live in Detroit or travel through Detroit. Is there a reason for that? Is Detroit? I don't know why. I mean, it seems like all three of them from Detroit. Maybe they have some type of intel.
Well, they conduct research at the University of Michigan.
Oh. I want to call him Yingling. Yingling Yan, 33, and her boyfriend, age 34, were caught last year allegedly trying to smuggle in samples of dangerous crop-killing fungus in the United States. The FBI said that that Jian, a Communist Party loyalist, and a lab researcher at the University of Michigan who received Chinese government funding for her work. Now listen to this. Now that is absolutely a conflict of interest, is it not? You're studying at the University of Michigan, but you're receiving funding from your Chinese government.
A lot of colleges are doing that, and China has given hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars to some of these good universities, so they would help train these Chinese scientists. It also gives them a way into the country without scrutiny.
Was charged last week in a plot. The national security insiders called an attack on the U.S. food supply. I mean, if you think about just corn, that would probably be the most disruptive crop. We'd be done without corn. We use corn for ethanol, which is fuel. We use corn to feed cows. We use corn for
our food. Like Frosted Flakes, it's all of our food is based on corn almost.
Yeah,
wheat and corn.
And then you know what? When you're not just using corn as corn, and you're not grinding up for feed, and you're not using it for a base of an ingredient, then you're making high fructose corn syrup out of it.
Yeah.
And that's what 90% of all sweeteners are, based on high fructose corn syrup. So if you wanted to kill America's, crops, find a fungus that destroys the corn crop. Right?
Yeah, it'd be catastrophic.
And it'd be catastrophic.
Like something from rice in China. I mean, if we destroyed the rice industry in China, they'd all suffer and die. They'd all starve.
Are you saying we should get into the corn business? I didn't know it was.
We might want to grow some corn out back.
No kidding.
I had no idea.
Yeah,
we ain't making no money on the goats. I mean, might as well throw a field of corn back there.
But I think a field of corn as big as your backyard will generate about $50 a year.
Hold on.
Can we use your backyard?
But
so we
Dan,
get to 200.
But Dan, it costs $400 to pay the Mexicans to pick it.
Yeah, absolutely. Just keep them out of the ice.
Because we don't have a combine. You got those combines are $1 million. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
But so anyway, this was the girl here that was caught trying to bring in some type of spore.
Oh, bring the softest, sweetest, youngest looking pretty girl that's a scientist. She's so innocent. Who would suspect her?
Oh, I bring the spore to America.
I bring spore to America.
Sorry, that was a.
I'm equally as sorry as I emulated it. Yeah. I'm so sorry.
Wait, are these people going to jail forever? I mean,
I don't know if they got in. Do they get anything? I
mean, they appear in federal court.
They could treat them as spies.
Yesterday.
There's some sort of terrorist act, right?
Terrorist spies.
Upon Han's arrival to the U.S. border, the officers discovered Han sent 4 packages that contained biological material related to roundworms from China. So, Dan, roundworms, your cattle, any type of meat or anything like that, I think is what is would round. I don't think roundworms necessarily can destroy corn or crop.
If they carry a fungus with them, if they themselves are the predator,
Oh,
Yeah, they could just imagine, locusts. I mean, worms. They'll destroy crops too.
Now, isn't one? And maybe this is an urban legend. And you went to the University of Florida, but I think if you've grown up in Florida or you've spent any time down here, you've heard the urban legend. Now we have love bugs, and look like they're almost like fireflies. Like lightning bugs. They don't hurt you. They don't bite.
No, they're very gentle.
They don't do anything.
They're really good at clogging your grill.
But what happened was, I heard there was an experiment that went, but we never even had love bugs, and now we do have love bugs, and they mate 2 times a year. In the spring and in the fall, and literally when you drive down the road, like on the highway, for more than like 10 minutes, your entire windshield and your entire grill is love bugged out. And by the way, they'll kill the paint on your car as well. And so I was told that was the love bug, infestation in Florida was a University of Florida, some type of experiment gone wrong. And they released somehow these love bugs into our community, into Florida, and that's where
that's a hell of an allegation to levy against.
But no, has anybody ever heard that?
That's folklore.
Is it folklore?
It's a Snopes, buddy.
We were told that when we were in medical school at Florida, and one of my friends, Bubba, Tony Marino.
Yeah.
His girlfriend's dad was an entomologist, which is an insect scientist. Etymologist, and they confirmed that story. So I don't know why it's Snopes, but it was supposed to be they were released to like mate with the mosquitoes. They were supposed to have sterile kids like donkeys or mules or whatever.
The
it
love
is.
bugs were released to kind of like really, really, really take down the mosquito crop.
They don't do anything but bang, do
All
they?
they do is bang each other and die.
Bunch of whores.
Well, according to
they bang each other and die.
According to the internet, the love bug was first seen in 1911 in Louisiana and just has migrated and has come from South America and Australia, but I guess we'll go with the.
Maybe they took them and modified them. You know what I mean? They took them and then modified them.
Lummy, what are you saying? Are you saying that University of Florida did not have anything to do with this or the invention of Gatorade?
Hold on, I think
Dr. Cade was one of our professors in medical school. The guy that invented it.
And didn't he get screwed?
Completely screwed.
Didn't whoever bought Gatorade, which I think it's been traded.
Coca-Cola, I think.
I don't think
Pepsi did.
Pepsi.
Yeah, but I don't think Pepsi were the big slinging D's that first bought it. I think it might have been bought by a lesser company and then sold to Pepsi down the road. But maybe I could be wrong. I heard Florida made like $50,000 on it or something like that, like something just minuscule. But Gatorade.
The University of Florida made all the money. They just didn't pay the professor because he was working for Florida. So he was an employee.
Oh, okay.
It wasn't his private work. He was doing it as an employee. So eventually they tried to help him with that like Gatorade milk. Remember that Gatorade milk they had that was like a protein shake?
No.
in a carton?
No.
That was going to be his little. That was going to be his piece.
That was going to be his little niche.
Here's your $50.
Now, Dan, here is a drawing, I guess, of the spores. That I don't know this.
You have to Daily Cube.
Yeah, I don't know what this is.
Bubba, if you've seen one spore drawing, you've seen them all.
Yeah.
What are we
doing?
I mean, like, what are we doing here?
Hold on. And like, what's the difference between that one and this one versus that one versus that one?
Life versus death.
So, that's the third or fourth Chinese scientist that's been stopped getting into our country. Trying to smuggle some type of food disrupting spore into our country.
Does this just solidify the fact that they brought COVID into the country?
Oh, they brought it.
The China virus?
Come on, that's outrageous to even accuse him of that.
Dan, hold on.
Seth?
You being a doctor, how do you think? Do you literally think they sent 10 or 15 people that had the virus into New York?
They sent a couple of nasties to go lick the subway poles.
Listen, Chinese guy, just ride the subway and lick as many poles as you can.
You'll have the city by noon.
Yeah, I mean, and that's it. And here's $1,000 a day. All you do is lick poles. Just lick poles and touch things and just go crazy. All right. That's what they probably do.
Lick poles and touch things.
lick poles and touch things. I mean, the dumbest person in society could do that.
They could take down a whole society.
Yeah, and they did. And they did.
Well, what happened in China is I think there was an accidental release followed by a cover-up release followed by letting them all travel right before the Chinese New Year. So it was really bad. I mean, how can you trust a nation who's used to work on an abacus?
Hello, who's this?
I wanted to talk about Dan's divorce and how dumb.
I think that's Charlie, and I gotta go, buddy. See you later. But you got more in than I thought.
You're such a bitch.
He is a bitch.
I mean, he's gone down to I don't know if he was ever above bitch level, but he's definitely there.
Actually, Seth, he was above bitch level for a couple weeks. He was, but then I don't even know what below bitch is.
No, he's at the bottom rung right now.
Yeah, he's a bottom bitch. He's not even on. He's not even a top. He's a bottom taking it.
Anybody that worries about another man's wallet or his marriage has a severe lack of self-worth and self-identity going on in the world.
Or anybody who worries about a show that you don't like, that you hate, and that you take copious notes or listen to it all 4 hours of that program and don't miss any of it and know all the inner workings and then go to various websites and stuff like that to hate under, probably anonymous, names. You're just a bitch. Like, I find myself, I don't like soccer. So I don't watch soccer. But in not watching soccer, if I was like Charlie, I would watch all the games I could, or at least just one particular team, and then I would get on their forum and bitch about everything that they do wrong. And then if that team had a podcast or a radio show, call them up and tell them how much they suck and how much I hate them. Meanwhile, I've dedicated all that my time and energy into something that I don't like. You really have to have some mental issues if you are obsessed with something that you hate. Right?
No, he's got mental issues, just period. I mean, I don't know if there has to be any particular reason.
He's just got walking around mental issues.
Yes, these are the guys that go and run up and shoot people on the Vegas Strip because somebody made fun of their YouTube channel. I mean, these are the people that are out in society.
As society as society hates me more and more because there's more ways to hate me. Used to be back in the day, I was on the radio, terrestrial radio, and that was it. Now you can get me and my show and my cohorts of my show. You can get us a lot of different ways, and it often scares me that I'm going to get gunned down someday.
You think so? Really?
Yeah. I mean, well, think about it. I mean, just last year alone, we had 2 people that were at our gate. One of which was a former cop that killed 2 people. Another one is a guy that was, insane enough to break my gate and to videotape himself. I mean, I need to really, really be a little more more diligent on carrying my gun with me at all times.
You think it's going to be like a Selena thing?
I don't know.
That singer? Yeah.
I don't know. But I do.
Only 1 in 5 people die when they get shot, so your odds are for you.
Oh,
really?
That's great.
Yeah, you got an 80% chance of making it.
Well, thanks. And probably some of my girth and stuff might, like
I
that
would help
might
you with
slow.
the stabbing, not as much with the shooting.
Really?
Yeah, you get no one's going to kill you stabbing you.
Just wear a shirt that says "Stab me, don't shoot."
If you want a deep dive into the Bubba the Love Sponge show from the past, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com. We'll be back after these words.
Become a priest.
Because your shit's toast, buddy.
Charlie, you're never going to be on the air. That's what you did today is the best it's ever going to get. For you to get some little fucking
Thank you.
blurb in.
All right, Berto Perez, Stacy G, Bart Hutchins.
Small box, Willie, let me see it.
Yeah, I got it written down.
Fuck you. Good morning, Stacy G, Rick James, Dave Carr, Sergeant, Technical Sergeant, Tom Cook, Tom Guru, Rudy, the Havoc.
What's up, Felix? Dirt Merchant, $5. Good morning. Morning, Dirk.
Beach Metal Detectives. Clearly pronounced.
Tarred and Feather. Hi.
Jeff Pearson.
Snook Slayer. Thank you for the money yesterday. Give me some more. I need some. We're bad. We're low. We're low, buddy. I might have to go get it. I might have to go take it. I might have to borrow some from Dan. I may have to go to Dan's. I may have to call Naba and see if she can steal me some money. If I needed to steal money from you, Dan, you know who I'd go to?
Who, Blitz?
Steve.
Oh.
Well, that first one that was a cut. I go to Steve.
Retarded, Jeff Pearson. Good morning. I go to call the police. Snook Slayer. Beach Metal Detectives.
Let me check my PayPal. We got any action on this action? And PayPal, Venmo, Cash App. Come on, fellas. Robert Wilson's my last guy from yesterday. That was $100 though. That was badass.
You think the DI 324 you're living is lazy? I think that's disingenuous. Group of lips. Yes, sir. Could be short sugar. Group of lips. What's up? Creatine, Iggy, and Big Red. Profiles passed.
Chub it up. Grouper.
Beto Perez. Justin Keeler. What's up? Highway 73. Billy Yoke. What's up, Jeff Pearson? Hello, Philly. Highway 73. The supermarket. Dan Springle can 666. Waller are out.
I am the true king of the North. You know nothing, Jon Snow. Rewatching Game of Thrones, man, I really think Jon Snow should have banged Ygritte that first time she offered.
I never watched Game of Thrones. You think I'd like it?
I don't think so, but man,
Not too stupid.
It's not stupid. It's just
The Walk of Shame was the only good scene in the whole fucking series.
Man, that's my favorite show ever.
Was it really?
Yeah.
You like the midget, dwarf?
He's good, man. He plays a real.
He's actually a real actor.
No, he's very good. Yeah, he's very, very good.
Have you seen pictures of there's another, achondroplastic dwarf that looked just like him from 400 years ago?
No. Oh, man. I swore an oath to tonight's watch. Sworn to protect. Berto, I need some pop vinyl Game of Thrones. I'll get back to you. Jaqen H'ghar, the faceless man.
Longhorn 39, 36 months. 46 months. Last man 57 months.
Snow Orbit, Duck On.
Dan Secret Habit.
Afterward.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabeto studios.
Aquabeto.com/Bubba.
It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Today on the after show will be Clem Kush, followed by, this is a question mark, pigmentation.
You know it.
There you go. Followed by pigmentation. Tuesdays are busy for Seth Kushner, ladies and gentlemen. Clem Kush, we'll call it 10:30.
Yes, and then I got Bubba Uncensored uploaded yesterday, and Tuttle and Kristen, so there's a couple of things to listen to.
Lummy, I don't have a problem with Tuttle. I don't know if he is of the mindset that he's not going to be on tomorrow or that it's up in the air. Let him know that I'd like to have him on the air tomorrow, and that whatever he did to upset me is done, and I'm not going to hold a grudge, and I'm not going to continue to drill him about it. Let's just pick it up. Pick it up where we left it off. I mean, just like nothing happened.
Are you cool with what he did yesterday?
Well, what did he do yesterday?
GCSupply.com, $10.
Oh, thank you. What did Tuttle do yesterday?
I think he sat in on the Monsters.
I heard that too.
Oh,
I saw that on chat. Is that true?
I don't know how. I mean, maybe I need some direction from y'all out there to let me know if you're a.
I thought he talked to you about it. He was asking me about it, and I just said that. I said I don't think Bubba would be upset at all. I said he seems to be cool with Russ.
Hold on. I am cool with Russ, and I wouldn't have a problem with it. But I would have liked to have known about it.
On the front side.
Yeah.
That's your only rule.
To be honest, I think you have said before, you don't care about if anyone on the show goes on other people's shows as long as you know about
right.
it.
Right.
That was the only rule.
Because I know that anybody would promote anybody that was a full-timer or does a guest shot. I know that Alex does all kinds of different stuff in the Dabbleverse and Steel Toe Joe and all these kind of guys.
GCSupply.com, $25.
Thank you, my man. But I would like to just maybe a heads up. Hey, Bubba, gonna do, or is it okay? Or would like to do Russ's show. Was it yesterday?
Yes.
Monday. You go with that? I would have absolutely said, yeah. Tell Russ I said, make sure you promote. Make sure you promote us, and tell Russ I said hi. Russ just got a new house, a new lake house that he's enjoying. It's a little bit of a double-edged sword in the fact that he's not. I guess he's got somewhat of a lengthy commute to work now, but he's got kind of his dream home. He's always wanted to live on the lake where he could have like a boat and stuff like that, and he's got all that now in this new home, but it's a little bit out of time. I think it's in maybe Lake Worth, or it's a little bit of a drive for him, but I know that he's very happy in his new home, and I'm happy for him and his wife. And I have made amends with Russ, God, about 3 or 4 years ago. We're like, hey, man, we're at the end of the day, we used to be competition, used to talk bad about each other in this 90s type radio war scenario. But, we're all radio personalities now are just trying to hold on and not get fired and try to establish some type of digital platform. And so when they do get fired, because all big companies at the end of the day are not going to have big personalities with big paychecks. You can be a big personality, but they're going to keep whittling you down year in and year out, and giving you more of your digital rights that I've had since I've had all my rights terrestrially, satellite, and digitally since 1993. So and Lummy, we currently have of course a Geno / 7-Eleven that has got tapped into a little bit of a honey hole. And some of our old stuff that we're putting up daily. There's new old stuff being posted daily on BubbaArmyHQ.com.
At least 2 shows. Neil Mount Plaisir, $50.
Thank you, Neil Mount Plaisir, Hall of Famer. So, no, I'm not mad about him appearing on the Rush Show. But, 1, I'd like to hear a copy of it. And 2, just to see what he said.
Well, maybe I'm saying too much, but
I don't think you're saying anything too much.
The part of the deal was he was not allowed to mention you.
Then you would have said F off, dude. See, that's the kind of thing that you're going to ask for forgiveness on that one.
Meanwhile, I just went into a long dissertation as to how cool I am with Russ.
Well, yeah, put that on Russ. Don't put that on Tuds. I mean, I think Tuds goes on Tom and Dan, and I think if they thought enough about Tuttle to bring him in to sit in on the morning show, especially with how far he's come now, I don't think if you gave him a chance to prove that he's kind of sober and that he can do this again, I don't know if Russ would have had him sit in on a show.
But now I have. I mean, wow! I need some direction from you.
Well, I don't want you to be mad at. I don't want you to be mad at Tuttle.
I'm not mad at Tuttle. I'm just.
I thought Tuttle would talk to you.
First of all, consider while you're making your consideration on how I should feel, Seth. Your opinion on put yourself into my shoes, being the boss and managing people and trying to put together the best show and trying to have the best work conditions, the loosest knit set of rules where we can come and go and do what we want. Not be the old Bubba with my boot on your neck, but instead be, very understanding. But at the same time, I kind of got bitched out. I kind of got bitched out. If you're going to go on another show and you're not allowed to say what show that you're on regularly full time, especially when that guy doesn't have a problem with the show that you're appearing on, and instead likes and promotes the show that you're appearing on, but the reason one of the rules of you going on that show is that you can't mention me or our show, I feel like there's no upside to that for me at all. And meanwhile, I'm the one that is believed in Tuttle. I'm the one that's given him full-time status on Wednesdays. I'm the one that took him under my wing and said, I believe in you. I've created this Tuttle popularity and buzz. Well, hold on, not me, but the show. Oh, otherwise, Tuttle would probably just be an obscure podcast if he didn't have our being on our show. I think helps Tuttle's brand. I think a lot. Is there anybody?
Are there any other bombs you want to drop there, Seth, on him? Because he brought up the fact he was on the show, and then I can't mention Bubba. I mean, what else did he touch a little kid on the show? I mean, something else happened?
I mean, so everybody knows what happened. Tuttle went on. I want you to take these points under consideration, and I'd like every one of you, including Macho Man, because he's as vested in radio and as everybody. And I want you to consider the following facts. Tuttle went on Russ Rollins' monster show yesterday, and I'm assuming, Lummy, it was to just talk about how good he's doing and he's sober and he's back on track.
He's like a co-host.
Okay. So
I think the Monsters have like a revolving door of co-host.
It's cheaper. It's cheaper that way.
And where did they get that? And where did they get that idea from?
I don't know.
Our Wednesdays?
Well, and our Thursdays, and our Mondays and Tuesdays, and our Fridays. I mean, we do the same template: Monday, Tuesdays, co-hosts. Wednesday, Tuttle. Thursday, Brian. Friday, Lasker. So, but no, I don't got no heat with Russ. But so Tuttle is a co-host for the Monsters, and they tell him the one thing that he cannot do is mention me. So the other thing I'd like you to consider is he never asked me about this at all. The first I'm hearing about this is right now from Seth. So before you give me your answer as to whether I should be cool about this or not, take into consideration that I didn't know, and that with him appearing on that I got kind of bitched out, right? I mean, selfishly, I got bitched out. The person that has believed in him and hired him more than anybody else is me. And I pay, and by the way, I pay him. And by the way, he's the only co-host that I pay. I can't pay Dan. For what I pay Tuttle. Dan would say, please, keep your money. I can't pay Gene's. You guys don't realize Gene's loaded. Gene would tell me to keep my money too, and Brian would as well. So Tuttle's the only one that would probably take the money and probably needs the money. And so I pay him. I pay him. And, the rules of him being on the show. And I'm assuming, Lummy, that they are familiar with his sobriety and familiar with him doing well based on what they hear or see. I mean, listen, our YouTube in our Rumble, a lot of people watch our show. I mean, our YouTube shows average 10,000 people that watch it a day. Our Rumble will be anywhere between 68,000 to 150,000 views. It's 2,000 or 3,000 on X. It's 3,000 or 4,000 on Facebook after the end of the day, and you should go see the algorithm. It's 2,000 or 3,000 on Twitch. That's just the visual aspect of it. So they probably got familiar with Tuttle doing so much better and sounding so much better from our show. So I need you guys to consider that. 1, he didn't ask me. 2, I didn't know about it. 3, Seth had to tell me about it. And 4, he could be a host under the premise of not mentioning me at all.
I just want to know what angle you're going to use to cover the Seth Tuttle shootout.
Oh, I'm not going to cover any angle. I think Seth can handle his own. And I don't think there should.
This isn't me versus Tuttle. This is me. I thought that Tuttle had brought it up to Bubba at some point because Tuttle.
This isn't a Tuttle verse.
Tuttle talked to me multiple times over the weekend, but
so
we can get back to the plane crash story if that's better.
I am here momentarily, but I'm going to start with you, Lummy.
Yes,
Lummy, you're the executive producer. Did you know about it?
No, I did not.
Hey, so if you don't get a hold of me, the next in line is the executive producer, and that's you. Now, out of respect to you and your position, you should have at least known about it to be able to run it by me.
Oh, I definitely would have told him if anything, he definitely needed to run it by you, which is surprising. Like, I know he goes on the Tom and Dan show, but Tom and Dan, that mentioned you. And I've listened to the Tom and Dan show, and he's been on, and he said, hey, you're doing Wednesdays with Bubba or doing different things like that. So they definitely mention it.
Oh, I have no problem with Tom and Dan.
That's what I'm saying. You don't have a problem with him doing other
and you know what?
types of stuff.
And to be completely fair to Russ, I guarantee you that it wasn't Russ's idea that I couldn't be mentioned. It came up from higher than him. And which I know Russ would promote the fact that he appears on my show Wednesdays because Russ and I don't have a problem. So I promise you, it's iHeart Corporate who still hate me. And, every company. I'm completely 100% blackballed for whatever reason. Like, my God. I mean, the ratings scandal that I got involved in in 2017. Nielsen has been sold 2 different times. They've had 4 different management changes, and I get rated fairly in the markets that we buy, that my stations buy the ratings. I get rated very fairly. In some instances, number 1. So they're very fair. They don't have a bone to pick with me. Nielsen, Arbitron, they're very fair to me. But everybody in this town, they've blackballed me. I mean, Seth, you know it. You know that I'm blackballed in this town, 100%.
Yeah,
100%.
For sure. I think everybody does. Sorry.
And it's just like, it's so not fair. It's just so not fair. So, Lummy, what's your opinion?
My opinion is he should have talked to you, because I know that you would have. I don't know how you would have treated it now if he wasn't able to at least mention that he's here every Wednesday. But I wish he would have talked to you.
Me too. And should I should I cancel tomorrow?
I think we need to hear Tuttle's side, because there are some people saying that they were allowed to mention the show. I don't think that it helps that Tuttle did not even talk to you about it, or me, or anybody. I mean, say he only talked to Seth, and he kind of left Seth. He kind of put Seth in an uncomfortable position.
Well, he was asking me. I think on Friday about it. He's like, I think maybe it was Thursday or Friday, about Russ asked me to go on and all this stuff. And I did think throughout the conversation he was going to ask Bubba, but he was asking me what I thought Bubba would feel, and I said I don't think Bubba would be bothered at all. I think he's friends with Russ. I said,
Yep.
The only person that I think would bother him obviously would be Kelta, and we know that you would never do anything like that or have the opportunity. So that's what I told him. And then I talked. Then I think he was texting me on Sunday again about it, and he's like, "Oh, Bubba's going to be mad." And I still thought that he had talked to you about it.
No,
but he had anticipated that you were going to be upset. Again, just for me, I didn't think that you would worry about it too much. I didn't know about. He wasn't allowed to talk to you, but I also think that, if people heard the show and started following Tuttle on social media to see what he's up to, and there's a few people that can catch on and listen to him on Wednesdays or his podcast, then I think that's a good thing.
I have no problem with his appearance. I just have a problem that he didn't have enough respect for me to either get a hold of my executive producer or get a hold of me. He obviously had no problem getting a hold of you, and you carry a lot of weight. I mean, if he'd even had said, okay, Seth, could you ask Bubba, feel Bubba out for me?
Oh, yeah.
I mean, I don't think he asked you that.
Do you think he was scared that Bubba was going to say no?
Yeah, I believe that Tuttle is in a period of time at the BRN when I think things were not great for him, whether he was doing his stunts or whether he was in a bad place in his life, and he is permanently in that place. I think he is permanently, afraid of Bubba. He thinks that everything is negative. He overthinks things a lot, and he does know, and I try to tell him that things are obviously different, but I believe that he had so much of an experience with, the Bubba of old that I think he's scarred forever.
Macho Man, I'd love to hear your insight. You're an old school radio guy from the old Clear Channel Gandhi days.
Well, it's a terrestrial radio show, so I would have definitely asked you if I wanted to, but I would have no desire to go on another show, to be honest.
I know
You're
you.
such a sweetheart.
I know you.
You're such a mensch.
He is.
You're so nice.
But
I love you, man.
What do you feel?
Good answer.
He doesn't want to be on this show, Bubba.
What do you feel about what he did? What would you do? The question is, I guess, what would you do if you're me?
Manager Macho.
I'm not Tuttle, so I mean, but if it was a terrestrial radio show, I would definitely ask you first and see what you had to say about it. Get your opinion on, is it going to do me any good? All that stuff. Because obviously they just used him for content.
So since he didn't ask me, I mean, what would you do? Would you not have him on tomorrow? Would you have him on? Would you
get in the middle of that.
All right, Dan, over to you.
Well, I mean,
you're wired a lot like me.
Yeah, I understand. And I'm a big fan of Tuttle's. You know that. I mean, I think he could, even be a replacement for you if something happened to you long term. But I also understand that him asking Seth 100 times whether or not he should talk to you about it means that he didn't think he had to talk to you about it because he thought Seth would suffice. And then obviously, you don't mind when someone like that dumps on you, so I just let it go.
Mm.
That was 100% sarcastic. I'd be so freaking pissed. He knew damn well that he should have talked to you about it ahead of time, which is why he chewed off Seth's ear the whole time about it. And then his excuse is going to be like, well, I attacked the Seth. And that's BS because Seth is not you. He's not Lummy. He knew he needed to talk to you and he chose not to. So you could be as mad as you want, but that's the interpretation of what happened.
Here's the deal.
He absolutely knew that his requirement was to talk to you.
If he feels more comfortable talking to Seth, which him and Seth are close, and I get it, then ask Seth to ask me.
Right, but it has to hit your ears. Ahead of time.
I gotta know that you're gonna do it, or you want to do it, and there's a parameter of which you cannot speak about me. And I don't and again, this was when was this, yesterday?
Yes.
Yeah, so this was yesterday. So I'm just hearing about it 24 hours after the fact.
You didn't see it on the chat yesterday? They were talking about it?
No.
You didn't notice it?
No, I really don't see chat. Because had I seen it, listen, I would have brought it up. Hello, who's this?
Bruce in Orlando. Hey, this is Tuttle being Tuttle. Once again, he is, got into your good side, and then he's turned around and, I don't want to say stabbed you in the back, but, taking what you've given him, taking it to the next step, taking advantage of you.
And it comes right on this big controversial, the thing that he pulled with Stein last week was, very divisive in what people. Go ahead.
Not to interrupt you, Bubba, but not to, was he live in the studio? Was he via his house?
I think he was live in the studio.
Either one, don't they have like a YouTube? Don't they show their show live on YouTube? He could have wore a Bubba Army shirt. Yeah, you can't talk about it, but wear the shirt.
Okay.
So, no, but I think it was live from their studio. So, you know.
And he's never done anything like this before, right, Tuttle?
Anyway, thank you, sir. But the guy's right. It's standard Tuttle. You're doing
like this then.
He self-destructs. He like yesterday. Remember last week when he was, screwing with Stein? If you remember right, Seth, I said, Tuttle, are you trying to get yourself fired? Are you trying to piss me off? Are you tired of being? Do you want to be on my show anymore? I think you guys. I think most people. I think I said that.
You did.
And so that's on the heels. Going on Rush's show, not telling me about it, not being able to talk about what show you're on full time, comes on the heels of just 7 days ago him having a huge blowout. I made it very obvious I was not on Tuttle's side on this one. I think he completely, lamb blasted Stein, was, laying in the woods for him. So this latest Tuttle conundrum comes on the heels of me thinking that he's trying to, be so disruptive on the show that he wants to quit.
He's like Antonio Brown.
Yeah, you thought he was sabotaging himself again.
Yeah, and I think he's
he's Antonio Brown. He's going to take off his shirt and piss you off for no reason, even though he does catch touchdowns.
Hello, who's this?
All right, everybody, pump the brakes for 1 second. I'm one of Tuttle's best friends in the world. He did not trash you at all yesterday. He went on there and he told Russ, I don't want to say anything bad about anybody. It didn't come from higher up. It came from Tuttle. And Russ said to Tuttle, me and Bubba are cool now. And they both had a good conversation about you and both put you over. He's like a battered woman when it comes to you, Bubba.
So hold on. If that was on the air.
There you go. Look at that.
If that was said on the air, then I have less of a problem than I did a minute ago prior to you telling me that. If that went on the air. Now, did that go on the air?
Yes. They did. What they did was they did a guess who the special guest is going to be. They put him in with a hood and made him look fatter, and people had to guess who it was. And then when they guessed who it was, they went through his radio background, all the crazy stunts he did, the stuff they talked about how he goes scorched earth on everybody across the state, from back to one state, back to the other. And Russ said, I think Tuttle's finally learned that you can't do it like that anymore. And they had a good conversation, and they both put you over.
Did was the name Bubba the Love Sponge or Bubba mentioned on Russ's airwaves?
Several times.
All right, cool. I have less of a problem. I now only have a problem with establishing some type of protocol. If he's going to go rogue and do something like this, I don't have a problem with it. I would just like to know. So I don't have to 24 hours later have another co-host tell me about it and put him in a vicarious situation. So thank you for us. And yes, I agree. Let's pump the brakes. Let's get all the data.
Look what someone calling up throwing a co-host a lifeline would normally we're throwing you bricks.
Right, exactly. Usually, the guy was throwing a brick for every Homeland Security car that was going by him in L.A. I usually feel like that guy, but I got thrown Tuttle got thrown a lifeline. Anyway, sir, thank you. Probably the best way to handle this would be to get Tuttle on the line.
That's right, yeah.
To get Tuttle on the line.
Did you hear what Longwood said? I don't want you to get offended by this at all, but did you hear?
Usually Longwood says he hates me. I think.
No,
Longwood doesn't.
What do you mean?
Oh. You're thinking of Langwood.
Yeah, Longwood's listened to you, I think, before you were even on the air. I think he's listened that long. But he said that Tuttle has, battered wife syndrome.
Yeah, I saw that.
And I was just trying to touch on before that I feel like Tuttle's, jittery from back in the day. Is there anything to that, or will you not accept?
I think I've proven to him that I would do anything for him. I don't expect him to come in here for free. that I don't, and I've jumped through. I've changed tremendously. Back in the day, I would have said Tuttle can be on the air if he wants or not, but I'm not paying him a dime. And not only do I pay him, for every show that he does, not a significant amount, but certainly enough. And then I also have now made it easier for him to be remote. So I think I've jumped through all the Tuttle hoops, and shown him that I'm not the old Bubba. I got a far more reasonable managerial head on my shoulders, and all he had to do was pick up the phone and say, "Hey, can you chat for a second?" Would have talked to him and said and been cool with it, and actually said, "Hey, make sure you specifically tell Russ I said hi. I follow him. I see he's got his new lake house. I'm happy for him. And have a good time." He didn't have to. He could have gone through you like he did, but he should have sent word to me. I think that's being respectful to me. And I think that's the natural protocol. If we were to make ourselves, corporate, like this is a corporate setting, if you were to work for a corporation, I think that would be how you would do it corporately.
Bubba, now that I'm reading the text messages, I was supposed to bring it up to you, but I forgot because that guy found the child porn on his kid's computer, and it really threw me for a loop yesterday. So I apologize. Put this one on me and that guy's kid.
Dan, did you hear that call?
I did hear part of that call.
Oh my God! All the years of me being on the air and various, I've never been thrown a conundrum like that.
It's a tough one.
And do you put your kid in prison for 20 years so that you don't go to prison? Because at the end of the day,
How old is the kid?
Kid's 18, 19.
19, yeah.
And so he's an adult, and this started happening when the kid was 14. The first batch of child porn, the dad found at 14 and thought that he had talked the kid out of it, and then the latest.
This is a recurring problem.
It's the latest batch, so it's obviously the kid needs therapy.
Yeah.
And now the kid is doing something
He'll be heading up to DNC anytime.
Highly illegal. And your jokes are sometimes just...
Well, we just have to wait a while for that one, I think, right?
Yeah.
3 years?
Yeah.
2 years, maybe.
Hello.
Got to get Rihanna for that one.
Hello.
Hello?
Yeah, you're on the air.
Hi, Bubba.
Hi.
I've been listening a long time. First of all, I would like to Seth. He's a good guy.
Agreed.
He really is.
Agreed.
And another thing, you don't take this the wrong way.
Oh boy.
You help everybody, and they turn around and stab you in the back.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just like Seth. Dr. Dan is cool as hell. I like Dr. Dan. He's rich, and I'll do the same thing he's doing. Sucker D. It's the same thing. But listen.
Well, here's the thing. I don't think any other. I don't think if you look at the Diacos, Jay and Dan, if you take every other person that's in the Tuttle guest spot slot, you take Gene, you take Brian, you take Tuttle, and you take Dan and Jay. I think the only person that doesn't pick up the phone and call me and ask to do another show or put me up to speed on that would be the person that did it. I think Jay and Dan absolutely would tell me. I know Brian would tell me, and I know, and Gene's so goddamn loyal. Gene wouldn't even go on. Gene would hang up on the person. Sorry about your stupid show. I already got me a show. How about it?
You need to stop effing the hoe that keeps giving you gonorrhea.
So
the crew, the guys,
you can tell Dan's single
you,
now.
Man, they got your back. They really do.
Oh, my guys. Oh, listen. And I thought
Londi, Dr. Dan, Seth. Everybody, man. Y'all are cool buzz. Oh, by the way, I'm FTE out of Miami Gardens.
Nice.
Fantastic. And by which way, how do you catch the show daily, my friend?
Well, I catch it from your app, and I'm a lieutenant in the Army.
Perfect.
Oh,
thank you,
service.
Bubba Army HQ.
Yeah.
Thank you, buddy.
Yeah. Listen, I'm not a broke ass. I'm just saying, And
Send
don't
some
no
kiss
female
ass
tell me
then,
how to spend my
brother.
money.
You know what I'm saying?
And as you can see, we're adding up. We're uploading new, old stuff daily, and there's so much stuff to listen to on Bubba Army HQ. It's unbelievable.
Like I say, you know what? You guys are good, man. You know, I can't complain. I'm not going to get on here and carry on. I will self-edit, and, you know, y'all a bunch of, y'all some cool guys, man. For real.
Appreciate you, brother.
By the way, I'm not black. I'm not African-American. I'm black, okay?
Okay.
Well, I'm brown, really.
All right,
I'm
cool.
going to talk to you later, brother.
All right, cool, black guy from Miami Gardens. Love you.
Well, you got. I think you're gonna have to. You think you're gonna have to just cut African American out. I mean, you've heard from so many people.
I just gotta say black.
I mean, black people are coming to you saying,
Just
"I
make sure
don't
you capitalize it.
Black, white, brown. Here's the deal. If indeed Tuttle is listening, and if anybody can get message to him.
Oh no, that's the worst, Bubba. Do you want me to call him?
No, I do not.
You don't.
We're gonna talk to him, but I would like to give him a heads up on where my mind is, so that hopefully he can adjust whatever excuse he was going to use, and it will work for both of us. But let me just tell you what I have zero tolerance for is turning this around on me, making this my problem, making this my fault. I should have known. I shouldn't have a problem with it. I didn't know I should have called you. That will not work for me. It will not work for me. In fact, it will be bad for you. Owning it up, manning up, taking responsibility for messing up. You know, Lummy did one of the biggest mess ups in show history. Lummy, you know what I'm talking about?
Yes.
We all know what he's talking about.
Yeah, we all know what he's talking about. He let 17 Fs go through Charleston on our terrestrial
Dr.
radio station.
Remulac, $105.
And I got fired from Charleston because of it. Did I fire Lummy? No, because you know why?
Honest mistake.
He manned up and said, "This is why it happened. It's my fault. I take responsibility for it. And if you want to fire me, fire me." But
he didn't go to Seth and say, "Hey, Seth, I got 17 F-bombs in this. Do you think it was okay to let it fly?"
Or
he didn't do that. It was an honest mistake.
Or he didn't say after it happened, "Hey, Seth, 17 F-bombs just dropped in Charleston. You know, what'd you do?" Lummy picked up the phone as it was happening and said, "I sent the wrong segment. I'm trying to get a hold of the program director right now to get it pulled." But he kept me abreast of what was going on. He admitted it. He didn't deny it. And that's why he's still here. Tuttle, all you got to do to stay in good graces with me is just admit it. You effed up. You made a mistake. I should have let you know about it. Because I assure you I would have said okay. I have no problems with Russ. So anyway,
you want to talk to him after this break?
You need to take some calcium, Bubba.
Why?
You're getting soft.
Oh, Jesus. Do you want to talk to him after this break?
I want to take these 2 phone calls.
Okay.
And then let's get him in.
Okay.
While we can. Dan, I saw this and I wasn't really going to cover it until I saw what type of plane it was. A small plane
414
crashed off the San Diego coast shortly after takeoff, killing all 6 people on board. A twin-engine Cessna 414.
Oh no, that was the plane.
Me and Dan, me and the Diacos were partners on a Cessna 414.
Let's go partners on a Delta 8.
No. My days of going partners on a plane or a boat or any of that are long gone, my friend. I'm trying to, hey, Dan, will you want to go partners on my IRS bill? That's the only thing I want to go partners on.
You're listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
If you want 24/7 on-demand Bubba and the crew, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be back after this.
Yeah, let's split a Concorde.
Well, here's the thing, man. That plane is absolutely non-crashable if you have a pilot that knows what he's doing.
So what happened after they're flying?
Because it says that they circled around, lost altitude, and went down. The plane, the percentage of 414 crashes that happen from a dual engine failure is less than 1%. Meaning, like, you never have a dual engine failure. It just, right. But you can have a single engine failure, and if you don't know what to do, you'll get killed. But if you know what to do, it's very survivable. And if you have to put it in the water, the only thing you got to do is make sure that your landing gear is not down, and flare it so that your tail hits, and because your props are going to act as,
anchors.
Right. So, but if your props are both stopped, you can carry that inertia, and your plane could flip, but it's survivable. And Did
you already click off that story? Because that flight path looked weird.
Yeah, he just went out. I did. He went out and just kind of circled around out in the ocean. But here's the thing.
Why were they even out there?
Because they left off of San Diego coast.
They go where though? I mean,
they were going to Arizona, but the winds probably had them going west and having to circle back around. Remember, when you take off, you got to fly into the wind.
Okay.
So every time when you take off, especially with 6 passengers,
definitely need the wind.
You need the wind loft. So like if you're by yourself, you can go either way, but 90% of all takeoffs are into the wind. It gives you faster lift.
Right.
So, one of the things for a over-the-water collision is if you have time, you're supposed to open the door.
So you don't get that lock, that seal?
You don't have, so you don't have all that weight going against the door.
So you don't get stuck inside.
So you're supposed to open the door, open the window, front windows, flare, keep your gear up, try to scrub try to just make that thing glide until literally it gets below. The blue line where it won't glide anymore is about 80 knots. So you're going to hit the water going about 70 knots. And it could.
Oh, after 80 knots, it just falls?
Yeah.
If it's less than that, there's no lift on the wings?
Right. Plus you're low altitude, you're skimming the water at that point. And you're going to flip. You might flip, but it's survivable if you have your seatbelts on and somebody open the door. All right, I'm going to take this one phone call, then get Tuttle on.
Okay.
Is Tuttle listening?
I'm not sure if he's listening. I sent him a message to see if he.
I would text him and see if he's available.
He is. That's what I'm saying. He said he's available to come on the air.
Asian needle hands. Size that fucking spider. Jiggy. Gene, prune hand, worker, kicker, it can, FJ bar 75, orbit 321, short stroker.
Where's my PayPal? I ain't got one PayPal today. PayPal, Venmo, Cash App at the Bubba Army. So I'm gonna go right into this call, and then see if you can give me Tuttle.
Dr. Remy, like $10.
Interaction is key. Interaction. Call now 813-90-BUBBA. Now back to the Bubba the Love Sponge show. Vicariously entertaining.
Thank you.
Let me back on the big box. Did you see that?
Yeah, at 7 o'clock we got.
Thank you, Sarah. What day am I doing a deal with him?
Well, Wednesday.
2 o'clock, right? Because I gotta do blood at 11. I gotta do my double red blood cells at 11.
Are you doing that today?
No, I do that on Wednesday. I do it every 112 days. I think that's one of the things that keeps me healthy. Because I am, what's that, Dan, called when you produce too much
hemochromatosis?
I got my hemochromatosis guy. Hello, who's this?
Bubba, Jersey Rich, how are you?
Hi, how you doing, bud?
I haven't talked to you in a while, a couple of years now. I got to be honest with you. Between my life and you jumping around from vessel to vessel, I can't keep track sometimes, but I'll be honest with you. I miss the hell out of you, and I'm basically just calling to tell you I love you guys. It's nice. I've been on hold for 20 minutes, but it was a pleasure listening because I don't know where to listen to you guys now.
Where do you live?
I'm in New Jersey. Jersey Rich, Bubba. I mean,
yeah, I know.
You get a million calls. You probably don't.
No, but you said you bounced around a little bit, so I didn't know that if you relocated or not.
No, I'm still in Jersey. It's just, just between life and everything. Like I said, sometimes I'll listen to you for a couple of years straight, and then all of a sudden I'm off the grid a little bit, and then I come back and I don't know where to find you.
Well, listen,
So
Jersey
now,
Rich, it's so easy. You can go to Facebook, you can go to YouTube, you can go to X, you can go to Rumble, any of those video platforms, and just type in The Bubba Army, and our entire catalog comes up, and you can watch us live every morning from 6 until 10, or that show gets downloaded there, half an hour there later, and you can watch shows from, if you go to our YouTube channel, not only can you watch, every daily show that we do, but also a bunch of ancillary stuff that we do as well. So I would direct you to our YouTube channel at The Bubba Army, Jersey Rich, and you won't miss a thing, my friend.
What about every morning? I mean, and you know what? I got to be honest with you. I heard you kept saying, "Let me take this call and we'll get to Tuttle." I'm trying to make this a good call for you, Bubba. But I do want to say one thing. Next year's 2026, right? And I was thinking about it. How long I've been listening to you now? We're going on basically 20 years of listening to you, like here and there. But you made an impression that first time I heard you on Sirius, my friend. And I got to be honest with you. If 20 years flew by, like I said, you made a big impression. I was talking to a couple buddies this past weekend, talking about the old days at Sirius and saying, if we didn't go there for Howard, we never would have heard Bubba, and we love you, man. I got to tell you. I just want to hear you every day. So is the HQ the best way to do it, the app? I'll subscribe.
Yeah, you could, or yes, Bubba Army HQ. BubbaArmyHQ.com would probably be the best because at that point you can go back and listen to old shows or listen to old Sirius stuff, or that's kind of do that, or it's as simple as just going to YouTube and typing in The Bubba Army. One of the two.
Well, you know what it is, Bub, real quick, is that on the way to work sometimes I get spotty, so that's why I want to listen. So maybe YouTube, it'll jump in and out on the ride, you know what I'm saying? So is HQ maybe the best bet as far as a listening vessel?
Probably. Yes, probably.
All right. I love you. Get the Tuttle. Have a great day.
Thank you, Jersey Rich. Good reconnecting, my friend. Thank you.
Does anybody have Google anymore?
Thank you. No, I don't think anybody has Google anymore.
Bubba, it's more about where you're not located for people to listen to at this point than where you are.
I think if you just Google, literally, where I got Google up right now, Lummy, okay?
Yes.
And if you just Google, maybe something as ambiguous as how do I listen to Bubba the Love Sponge?
Do you think they're going to get that far? Or they're just going to type in Bubba the Love Sponge.
The very first thing it says, you can listen to Bubba the Love Sponge and turn on the show, blah, 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 blah. But then the first two things are Bubba Army HQ. Bubba Army HQ there, Bubba Army HQ there. Then you got a tune-in deal, Spotify. Can you listen to us live on Spotify?
No, but
that would be all the podcasts.
Yeah.
Right. So, yeah. Literally, you can type in something that stupid. How do I listen to Bubba the Love Sponge? And you should connect to us right away. Is this Tuttle?
Yes, line 4, yeah.
Hey, Tuttle.
Good morning, Bubba.
Now, have you listened to this whole thing?
Yes, sir, I have.
Okay. So, do you understand where I'm coming from at all?
No, I do, and it was a stupid mistake on my part. It was a last-minute thing. I was already over there meeting with a client. They had somebody out. I didn't think it was going to be a big deal. I didn't do it out of spite. I thought you were still mad at me, and I had emailed a couple of times, and I know you're busy and stuff, and I just thought you didn't want to talk to me.
You emailed me prep, bud. You emailed me prep.
I emailed you prep, and I emailed that
hold on.
you needed.
You emailed me, yeah, but that one, hold on. All of that was business related. None of that was, Bubba, it's Tuttle. Are you still mad at me? Are we cool? Everything that you emailed me was business related. That one form was a business deal. You know that. Mm-hmm. And then you gave me like 2 or 3 pieces of prep. And everybody who sends me prep, you, Lummy, Seth, Mach, whoever, I don't write back thank you after. I just, I thought the way our text conversation ended that you didn't want to talk to me. And like I said, I know you're busy. I shouldn't have assumed that. That's on me. And I'm the one.
But it said last minute was, but you talked to Seth Friday about it. He says last minute. Last minute is like Sunday night at 8:00 and Bubba's asleep. Friday's not last minute.
Okay, but I never bother Bubba on the weekends. It's like rule number 1. You don't bother Bubba on the weekends.
That's rule number 4.
I mean, that's a rule if it's stupid stuff. But you appearing on another radio show, which, by the way, I hope Russ knows, and I don't know if you guys talked about it or not, but Russ and I are very friendly now.
And me and Russ had nothing but kind things to say about you on the air. He asked where people could listen to. I said that you have your streaming network, and he was like, well, is he on any terrestrial stations? I said he's on 4 nationwide, about to be 5. They're as far west as like Phoenix or Mountain Time, and he's got a couple of stations here in Florida. So I mean, it was all positive.
I hope Russ genuinely knows, and I think that he may have told you, but him and I actually keep in touch and text each other, and we're cool. So did that come through on the air?
Yes, he said.
Right.
I'm glad that me and Bubba have squashed all the stupid stuff. It was stupid, and I've always had respect for what he's done in broadcasting and stuff, and it was nothing but positive stuff at all. And I do apologize. It was my fault. I just thought
Just from now on, listen. The only problems we seem to have, we collectively as a business and as all the personalities involved in this business, is when we don't. We're in the communication business, but when we don't communicate and we just take for granted that somebody's supposed to know something, blah 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 blah, then that's when we get. That's when we start getting in trouble and things start falling through the cracks. So from now on, Seth is a great barometer of potentially what my mindset would be. Seth knows me quite well and how I would, and Lummy knows me equally as well. And, so Lummy is the executive producer. So, at least, handling it through Seth, maybe having Seth ask me, if you were afraid to ask me, but Tuttle, I've proven to you that you don't have to be afraid to ask me for anything. I've proven that to you, bud. I mean, I don't know. I mean, everything from I want to make sure that I give you a little something each show to let's make it more comfortable for you to stay home. And by the way, you and Macho Man have got it so dialed in. It looks great. But, I mean, I've done everything I can to make you feel... Now, I was a little mad at you from last week. You know that you probably shouldn't have done it that way. I
shouldn't have done that.
But
that was all me.
But we're cool. And just moving forward, and again, you're standing... I know you have a standing slot with Tom and Dan, and I have no problem with that. I don't even know that you really asked me. You just kind of told me, hey, I go on Tom and Dan's once a week. And I was like, hey, I'm cool with those guys. And, but yeah. I would like to have known the Russ thing, not to approve or disapprove, but just not to get blindsided with
get blindsided
the next day because I didn't know anything about it. quite frankly.
Yeah, I should have done it out of respect. I know you wouldn't have had a problem with it, and I just out of
listen. You know what? There's probably only a couple shows, and we don't even have to mention them, that I would have an absolute, really big problem with you appearing on. And I think, quite frankly, that you probably hate that person as much as I do. And
I talk trash about that certain person because Russ was asking me about all the bridges I burned, and I said there's one that I don't care about repairing.
Right. So anyway, so
see, Bubba, instead of being mad, you should be thanking him.
You didn't. We're not done now, are we, Danny?
Oh,
I was gonna say, Tuttle, thanks for calling. More importantly, I'll see you tomorrow. We'll pipe you in. And, I know that you won't be, blindsided Alex with some stupidity.
No, I'll keep it quiet, and I apologize for what I did last week. That was completely uncalled for. Can I just say I'm not saying it's why it was right. I was kind of just trying to have your back a little bit, and I'm sorry, it was a dumb way for me to kind of show it. But I
know that deep down, I really know, and a lot of people would be say, "Oh, Tuttle's just saying this to cover his ass." I know you, and I know how you operate. And when somebody does me dirty, as a badge of honor, or like the little pit bull that you can be, you like to stick up for me when you think I've been done dirty, and you don't care who it is. You'll call them out, and that's the way you felt Alex did me, and I completely understand why you did what you did. I do.
Okay. Well, thank you for being understanding, Bubba, and I'm excited about tomorrow, and I apologize about any inconvenience.
It's all good, my friend, and moving forward, talk to Seth all you want, talk to whoever all you want, but maybe shoot me just a courtesy gimmick. Just so that I know. Just so that I know.
Thank you, Bubba.
All right, man. Thank you, Tuttle. I'll see you tomorrow.
All right, bye.
Bye. Yeah, and we're good. We're good. So this is pretty explosive, if you will. Now, how long are they saying? Does anybody know, or I don't know, Dan, just because you're a lawyer doesn't mean that you know this particular data. I don't know if it's been written, but how long are they saying this potentially might go?
So 8 to 12 weeks.
Yes,
8 to 12.
I heard that too.
8 to 12
months.
weeks, yeah.
2 to 3 months.
And I think we're starting weeks
5 or 6.
5 or 6. And I think though, I really do think that the public's becoming desensitized by it.
Well, there's so much. There's so much going on right now in the world that, like, the Diddy stuff is what we can consume when there's nothing major going on in our country. But I just think with everything that's obviously happening in L.A. and New York, that the things that are happening with Diddy are just falling down in the news cycle.
Right. I think you're exactly right. I think that the more stuff, the Greta Van Thornburg,
you got the Vegas shoot. There's so many things that are happening that the Diddy news is just gonna it's gonna drop down a few tiers.
Until probably the closing arguments. But every day there's a little nugget. Here's a nugget. Diddy trial. A girl, I don't know if she was going by Jane Doe or she's trying to be anonymous or whatever. I think, Dan, if you get up on the stand, you can't be anonymous, can you? If you're in a federal trial, I don't know that you can be Jane Doe, can you?
There have been people that have testified in federal trials.
They put a bag over their head?
They put them in a box.
Okay. Like a drummer. You know how they put the drummer behind like this clear plastic so that
doesn't interfere with the other mics.
Doesn't interfere with the other mics.
Yeah.
Is it that? But it's like black and So Diddy trial. Jane claims explosive fight got violent weeks after the Cassie beating video. Now it seems to be that the time frame they're talking about here was like last fall. Diddy's ex-girlfriend Jane says he beat the crap out of her a couple weeks after the Cassie video was released. Now, didn't it just get released like fairly recent ago? Like the Cassie,
fall, right?
The Cassie hotel getting her ass kicked video to me was, I thought, last fall.
That sounds about right.
And so this girl's saying that a couple weeks thereafter, she was dating Diddy, and she got her ass kicked by him because he was still a little bit gummed up over this. So that puts you at what? November, December? She claims the violence all started with a verbal argument after about another woman. Jane testified Monday that she didn't see Diddy for about a month after the Casey beating video aired on May of 2024 on CNN. So that's
a year ago.
That's just a year ago. Until they met up at her home in Los Angeles on June 18th. So that's June 18th so that's exactly a year ago.
Mm-hmm.
And what she said ended up being a very terrible day. She told jurors that Diddy had come from a family trip from Utah, and they were talking in her backyard while drinking champagne and tequila when she says she confronted him about who he's traveling with in Utah. Jane said that Diddy, she called Diddy Jane said she called Diddy a pedophile after assuming he was with a woman who was roughly 25 years younger than him. Oof. Even though Jane testified she thought the alleged female companion was between 18 and 21. Again, Dan, can you see, man, the government, this stuff may not stick, but you get enough of this day in and day out, then the jury just thinks this guy's a monster. Even if being a monster's not a charge, it just is the whole body of work of this guy's mentality, I think.
I mean, you don't want to put Santa Claus in jail. You want to put the devil in jail.
Right. She says the confrontation turned physical. She told jurors she pushed Diddy's head onto the marble counter. Ooh, she's got some balls about herself. She told jurors she pushed Diddy's head into the marble counter and threw candles at him and told him that she hated him.
Candles will hurt.
Yeah,
like candle, or I mean like
no, a candle is heavy,
like
dude.
a birthday candle.
No,
or
like those big fat ones.
Yeah, the big glass ones.
Those big
glass,
fat ones.
yeah.
The Yankee candles.
I am a lower rung of society. I don't know about these candles.
You're a candlestick guy. You're not a candle fat candle.
I only
guy.
know about those funny candles that don't go out when you blow on them.
Jane testified things kept escalating, and she tried to lock herself in the master bedroom, but Diddy kicked the door in. She said that she then locked herself in the master bathroom, and Diddy kicked it in too. She then ran into the master closet to change clothes and try to escape. I mean, again, this guy, Dan, he's a monster. She told jurors she made a run for the front door, but Diddy caught her and kicked her in the back of the thigh, knocking her down. Diddy's got Ray Lewis type linebacker skills.
Sure does.
I mean, how much time has Diddy spent down chasing women running from him in his life? Because that seems to be the theme here.
Yeah, he chases them right on down like a cheetah.
Man.
She said that he put her in a chokehold and choked her, but claims she escaped his clutches and ran outside. She's tough. And then she hid from him for 2 hours. Jane said then she then returned to the house thinking Diddy was gone and saw him on the street. Man, Diddy is here's a guy that's worth $1 billion and he's chasing crazy bitches from her, backyard where the candles are to the master bedroom, to the master bathroom, to the master closet, to the door, then outside. But testified Diddy kicked the door in and said that she started throwing candles at him again. This bitch must have been
man. Somebody went to Yankee Candle.
Somebody cleaned out Bed Bath and Beyond before they went bankrupt. She told the jury that she then ran to a patio. Oh, change. Boom. Okay. Boom. 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 Ran outside. She told the jury that she ran in because it reset itself. Ran into a patio, but was followed by Diddy, claiming that she then punched him and he punched her back. She added that all the punches were to each other's faces. Jane said that she ran to the backyard and curled up into a ball as Diddy punched and kicked her before she says that he grabbed her by the arm and hair. And again, there's that hair arm drag technique that he's really good at.
It's all he knows. It's his finishing move.
That's right. She testified after the alleged assault that she was in her master bedroom and with Diddy, and she used his phone to call the girl that she thought was with him in Utah. And she said when she asked the girl about the trip, the girl started insulting her, and Diddy held her down and made her listen to the verbal jabs.
Oh my God, man!
So hold on, you get this bitch on the phone. She's like, "Listen, you little bitch, whore, C-word, don't you ever call me up again. And yes, I went to Utah with Diddy and I blasted his brains out. I mean, I had sex with him all night long. You don't want to say blast your brains out with Diddy. That could mean multiple things with P. Diddy. Diddy's defense has heard similar tales of domestic violence at several points during the trial, but it's important to note that Diddy is not charged with the domestic violence. Now, Lummy, I'm sorry, Seth, what are you going to say?
Why not domestic violence? I know people have talked about that, like the racketeering and all the charges. Like they might not stick to what he's.
I don't know if domestic violence can be federal.
It's not a federal charge; it's a state charge.
Since this is federal court, Seth, and they can only charge her with federal offenses.
Oh, okay.
I think a lower state court could get her.
Can they take him down to a state if he gets off of this one?
Now, supposedly...
That happens, though, sometimes,
really?
Seth. A guy goes through a federal trial, gets off, and then the state gets him on something that's not a federal crime.
Now, Lummy, this is a voicemail.
Yeah.
That he left, supposedly he left Cassie.
This is when she was dating 50, right?
Yeah, now Cassie dumped Diddy and started dating 50. And when Diddy speaks about her job, he's meaning freak offs. You need to come back to me and get back to work. That means freak offs. And this is again, and I think this, although maybe not illegal, you start piling enough of this on the jury, Dan, and it doesn't matter what you got on the verdict form. This guy's a piece of crap, and something's gonna stick. Every day you got him being a dick, being abusive, every day, including this is the latest to hit yesterday, a voicemail. And boy, he really thinks he's all that now.
Hey, I really don't know what's going on with you, but I just want to just give you a heads up that I'm about to really disappear on you. You feel me? I'm not going to be playing these games with you at all, at all. So silent treating me.
God forbid you give Diddy the silent treatment.
Sounds super sober, man.
He does. God forbid you give him the silent. Don't give Diddy the silent treatment.
And you think I'm gonna be You'll have a rude awakening. You'll just have silence. And ain't nobody threatening you. And
how can a guy that's worth
it feels like Kanye wrote this for him.
Worth so much sound so stupid?
Well, I think he's on something. I mean, whether it's all
he's also talking, and he's talking to a girl, real. He's not talking to the president.
Yeah, so you get a little lazy and a little urban,
And ain't nobody threatening you, and I ain't trying to go back and forth with no woman.
Forth.
I'm saying? I'm telling you, I ain't got no time for no games. Where my life is at right now, I don't have no time for no games, baby girl. Me and you could be mad, I could have a spat, we could have whatever. Then after that, you better get on your job. That's really that's all it is.
Yeah, you get back here with the baby oil and the ketamine. We got to start freaking off, baby. That's your job. That's your job. You got to get back on. You got to get back on your job.
Me and you could be mad, I could have a spat, we could have whatever. Then after that, you better get on your job. That's really that's all it is. Cause you got me on my job. Nah, it ain't never gonna work like that over here. You know what I'm saying? I was trying not to leave this message, but you have left me no choice.
I was trying. I'm going to use that one. I was trying not to leave this message, but you done left me no choice.
Bubba, have you ever seen a 3-hour movie and you said, "Damn, that movie should have been an hour and a half. It would have been great."
Yeah.
This is what's happening to this trial. This is irrelevant. It's irrelevant. It's boring people. Is making this trial 3 months instead of 6 weeks.
They're not making it for Dan. They're not playing this stuff for you. They're not playing this stuff for Steven. They're not playing this stuff for Tom Bean or myself. They're playing it to oversensitize the jury every day, this guy, there's an example they can pull out of their ass to show you that this guy lived in his own world, answered to nobody, and thought he was untouchable.
So how do you?
This is strictly for the jury.
You go in the direction of like moving on and like that, or you like just like have me just keep moving. Ain't no threat. I'm just being clear. I can't do this with you every time you get upset. Yeah, that's my friend. I'm in Miami. I don't have a lot of friends out here. Okay. She asked me if she could work out with me. I said okay.
So I guess I think maybe the girl that we were talking about in L.A. was asking, or maybe it was Cassie. I don't know who he's talking to necessarily, but P. Diddy was working out with a girl in the gym.
Yes.
And he's explaining.
He's kind of telling on himself.
He's what?
He's telling on himself.
Yeah, he's telling on himself, explaining to whomever why he was working out with this girl from the gym, and it's none of your business. And I'll do what I want.
You got to believe what you want. It's the last time you're going to be cursing at me, disrespecting me over nothing. Like I'm a human being. I'm not going to lock myself up in a room and have no friends. I don't have a bunch of guy friends. I already told you that.
But I got a bunch of female friends.
But I do have the Punisher on speed dial.
Exactly. I don't got a bunch of guy friends, but the ones I do are named the Punisher and things like that.
He just came over to work out. But I'm not going to be explaining to you. It don't matter if I just got finished her the other day. I'm single. I could do.
Yeah, it doesn't matter if I get done effing her every day.
What the I want to, but I didn't. You're straight flipping out on me, and I told you that you had one more time to do this. Flipping out on me because somebody came to work out with me at my house.
Classic heat reversal.
So if he wasn't a singing star, what do you think he'd be doing in life?
I don't know. Being a thug? Dead? Probably dead.
Nuts. So be sad, go crazy, do whatever the you want to do. Okay, I don't deserve being honest with somebody, and then
I don't deserve being honest with somebody, and then you coming around and
every time they see somebody around, they like,
He just said, he's cutting a promo, and he just said,
did he lose one of his note cards?
I think he did.
Lost your thought.
I'm doing something. I'm working out. Girl, I done sent you flowers already. Ain't nobody talk about that in the past? That's what I'm talking about. You don't know how to just move on. How can somebody like have a relationship with you even as a friend and you don't know how to move on? You go to like it just goes crazy. Just stop. I'm saying let's move on. And my tone is like this. I'm just waking up.
My tone is like this because I'm just waking up.
Whew, man.
Yeah, he's the guy that everyone wants their daughter to date.
When we come back, Lummy, we'll get into the L.A. is an absolute crap show. Yeah. It's a war zone. And a lot of it's encompassed within a media war in itself. Half of the media is saying that, oh my God, it's a war zone. And then the other half of the media is saying they're very peaceful protests. Why is Trump, bringing all these resources and the National Guard going against the governor's wishes and not, the governor's wishes is not to bring the National Guard because it's very peaceful protesting, and you see 5 or 6 cars burnt in the background, and
Yeah, but they're just roasting marshmallows off those cars. It's peaceful. It's like a campfire.
Not only do we have. We have a media war just on how this is being reported. Half of the media is reporting it that Trump's an asshole and he's way going way overboard on what he's supposed to be doing, and then the other half of the media is like this, and this is a bad situation out here that could have been completely avoided had the authorities helped Trump. And said, hey, Trump's ICE or Homeland Security or the people that are picking up all these illegal aliens, they first wanted to start in the jails where these illegal aliens that have committed crimes are being incarcerated. That's where they wanted to start. And so if they would have they tried to give a manifest or a list to these county and state ran facilities, and they told them to go screw themselves. And what they did is they let these people, instead of, these people have committed crimes. What if you're a brown guy from Honduras and you committed the same crime as a white guy from Indiana? They're letting the brown guy from Honduras out to go ahead and mingle into society so that ICE has to catch him that way. But the white guy from Indiana, he ain't getting out.
I befriended a brown criminal from Honduras yesterday.
Oh, you did?
There were many of them, yes. I just...
Did you get him on a card break?
Would you go down to the Home Depot?
Lowe's, okay?
Oh.
Dan had California said, you know what? Give us a week to round these people up, within our jails, and next Tuesday come with your bus and we'll have them ready for you. No, you know what they did? They let them go, and so they could go ahead and infiltrate into society instead of ICE coming and picking them up at the government jails and lockup facilities. They're like, oh, we let them go. Now ICE has to triple the force needed to go into the community, try to find out where their known last address is, and find them that way. That's where all this started. That's where all of this started. And so now ICE has to come in with a show of force to try to find these people, and then that causes these communities, which for the life of me, I can't understand why, Dan, like for instance, your neighborhood, Dan, do you want 6 or 7 criminals, illegal aliens to our country that aren't even supposed to be here, that have committed a crime? Do you want them in your neighborhood?
No, I don't, which is why I'm stopping all construction in the neighborhood, because that's all it's filled with.
Lummy, do you want these people in your neighborhood?
No, thank you.
Nobody wants them.
No.
But LA, for some reason, they want them in their neighborhoods to the point where they're rioting. They're rioting against government officials, and the government officials are only guilty of one thing, and that's trying to get in to find these illegal immigrants that have committed crimes. That's all they're doing. They're not going door to door to see if you paid your taxes. They're not going door to door to see if your lawn's too long. They're not going door to door no, they're going door to door to find illegal immigrants that have been released by your jails and your prisons because they didn't want to work with Trump's mass deportation initiative. That's the problem. And half of the media is reporting that Trump's a tyrant and he
called in the Marines, right?
And that he's showing way too much force, and this is ridiculous. People in LA are peacefully protesting. Look, and then the other half of the media is like, this is really bad. LA's an absolute war zone. And Gavin Newsom, the governor's like, come arrest me, bitch. Come get me. And then the mayor of LA, she's like, she didn't know. She's like, you're not allowed into our facilities. We're not working with you at all. I mean, it's ridiculous. That in conjunction with kudos to Israel, because that climate control, that Greta Thunberg bitch, how dare you? That bitch, she decides that she's going to roll up into Israel.
On a yacht?
On her yacht or on her stupid ass
with like
boat.
2 cans. She's like, she did the equivalent of when, we used to have can drives at school. You bring that can that's in the back of the pantry that no one wants.
That's 2 years expired?
Yeah, exactly. Here's my can.
Yeah.
That's the kind of aid that she had on her boat for Gaza.
So Israel,
she had about 2 cans of Old Campbell soup.
And she wants to say that she's been kidnapped. By the way, she's already home. They sent her. She flew out this morning to Sweden.
Yep.
They took her boat and the stupid people that followed her on her boat, and they put them on a plane and sent them back to Sweden. That's what Israel did, and kept their canned peas.
If you love that segment, then check out BubbaArmyHQ.com and do a deep dive on past shows. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be right back.
I heard that she had heroin in her butthole.
Oh my God, man.
Oh, wow.
I can't talk about 15-year-old buttholes, dude.
Neither can I, but
But she's 22.
Yeah. So there you go, right?
The Well, there you have it.
We're talking about 22-year-old buttholes.
Yes, sir.
Which you can do it.
No, you can and you should.
What's up, everybody?
Snook, Ramsey Show, Lego Lock.
Well,
Never
I
trust a
sent you-
fart after 40.
I sent you a clip. I got the timestamp. Tom Homan explains how the riot started, I guess, on Thursday or Friday. He was there. So he says what really happened.
Good. Let's get a hold of that fucking craze.
Meanwhile, everybody's got a story of what really happened.
Yeah. Well, I'm hoping that Tom Homan
would tell the truth.
Hopefully.
Right.
1326.
Okay. And thank you for finding that.
Oh, no problem.
The Freedom Flotilla.
This is really taken away from Pride Month. I wonder what
Yeah,
they're gonna
usually
do for
LA,
Pride.
usually LA is all prided out.
I mean, what are they gonna do for their Pride Festival?
They had Pride on Saturday or Sunday, and they were doing
PayPal, Venmo, Cash App, help us.
They were
please.
doing fuck ice
We're
chants
hurting.
during Gay
Oh,
Pride.
okay.
Yeah, no, they combined.
Oh, so that makes it even bigger.
Yeah.
Oh, well,
Yeah.
I'm glad it's not taken away.
No, you got to combine causes in the summer because there's so many events going on.
Thunder?
Is that thunder?
I thought I got drizzle on this morning. It might be.
What's up, Jay Bowler?
It says on my weather app, isolated thunderstorms right now.
Of course.
Wind gusts up to 10 miles an hour.
Oh, fuck.
That might blow your Ford Fusion all over the road.
I hope so.
I'm sorry, your Hemi.
I'm waiting for my insurance claim.
I hope big softball-sized hail just smashed through shit.
Your Hemi, say it.
I saw some dope emailed us that.
Yeah, you saw that?
Yeah.
What's that?
The fucking stupid ass made up hail thing in Tampa.
Oh, I know.
I should have walked away.
Desert Rider. Ghost of Profiles Past.
I think he goes to Profiles Pass. A little windy, that's right. Thank you, Dr. Remulak, another $10.
Yeah, Dr. Remulak's really fucking stepping it up
110.
today.
Those $10 messages.
He's P1.
F. Tuttle and his
There's a big storm cloud.
Dr. Remulak, thank you.
gift.
There's a big cloud above us.
Neil Malpaziers was Dr. Dan Cash.
Thank you, Neil.
Thank you, Neil.
Where's Neil on Venmo?
Yes.
Yeah. Venmo, Cash App, PayPal.
Neil.
Mount Pleasure, go pack, go.
Thank you, GC Supply.
It's thunder, huh?
Pro Bowl year for Jair Alexander incoming.
Yeah, I don't know. Where do you think he ends up?
Somewhere that I hope haunts you forever.
The Bears.
Chicago.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabeto Studios, aquabeto.com/Bubba. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
813-90-BUBBA. You want to call the phone, the studio. As long as you don't make an ass out of yourself or you're Charlie, you'll get through. PayPal, Venmo, or Cash App, all at the Bubba Army. We certainly could use your help. We appreciate you. Hi, who's this?
Hey, Bubba, this is Bob.
Hi, Bob.
Hey, I wanted to just go back to the Tuttle Stein thing. I'm not a huge fan of Tuttle. I do like his stuff, but I'm not going to take sides in it or anything. But I will in this situation. Man, it has been a constant battle with you with Stein. Like I get what Tuttle was saying. It seems that any time it's just a one. I know that your friendship isn't a one way, but the business is. He is solely benefiting from you. It's not the other way around. Stein's gaining because he's with you so much. He's not putting you on blast. He's not Bubba Army this, Bubba Army that when he's anywhere. So like I get what Tuttle's saying. I think Stein needs to step it up a little bit.
I would agree. And the topic's open to the floor. Love to hear everybody's opinions on that. I do feel, he claims to have single-handedly gotten our Twitter back. I think I believe him on that.
Yeah.
But
he has texts about that.
But, and that is, maybe that in itself is I should just be forever grateful because we may have never gotten it back. But, I don't think that Stein promotes us much at all. I think he might have been instrumental in maybe helping me with Tim Pool. I don't know.
Oh yeah, well of course.
He's brought you up to Tim Pool.
Yeah. So maybe there's a lot of things behind the scenes that the average listener is not familiar with that he does do for us.
He does it. Listen, he's tried to get us on. He's given the information. He's talked to Alex Jones. I mean, not just Zach from Eugene, but Alex Jones just
doesn't want us for whatever reason. I mean,
he's very familiar.
We're not everybody's cup. We're not everybody's cup of tea. I mean, I got kind of a bad reputation.
Lummy, do you have like the documented emails where he's communicating with Alex Jones's people? And,
no, I am.
Or is it just I talked to him?
I am.
No, Alex has given Lummy.
Do you want me to read my text messages?
Hold on,
with Alex.
No. I'm not trying to be adversarial, guys.
But we're telling you what you don't know. Like Alex has given us the contact information to Alex Jones, who books for him. And Lummy has tried several times, and they just aren't interested. So, I think Alex does a lot more than most people think. And, I listen, he's genuinely a friend of mine. And I think that he, has something usually pretty good to say on the air, better than the average news story that I'm going to read from. So I'm good with Alex. I really am. And, and I know he appears on different shows and things like that. But I think we're his number one. Not that it really matters, but I think we're his number one show. I don't know.
Yeah. I would just say, too, that I can almost guarantee you his numbers, he's gotten a bump off of you more so than you've gotten a bump off of him.
I don't know. He's retweeted some of our stuff that did really, really, really well. So you don't know the statistics like we do. So I mean, I would disagree with you on that.
Okay. To the listener, it just feels one way. Obviously, if we don't know the whole story, then I'm okay with it.
And maybe I need to do a better job in promoting what Alex does for us so that for the listener, they don't feel the way you do. Maybe.
Yeah.
All right, bud?
I appreciate it, guys.
Thank you. So Israel seizes the Gaza Freedom Flotilla and detains its activists. Israel Navy boats and a quadcopter and quadcopter drones surrounded the humanitarian aid vessel and was trying to break the seas of Gaza, the siege of Gaza, 12 international activists, including Greta Thunberg, recorded videos before before being abducted by the Israeli, I think, Navy.
Abducted.
And so here's.
Everyone, we are under attack. Please sound the alarm. They're throwing a lot of substances and objects on us. Quadcopters, the most dangerous ones.
So I think these
they
are
threw you clown sandwiches and water.
So
Man, Richie, $50.
now, here's the inside of the boat.
Oh boy!
And I don't know what's going on there. Like what these people
is that
are.
meal? The charcuterie before they get arrested?
I don't know what these people could do in the name of anything.
They're just there for the optics.
And they were going to deliver aid.
Yeah, cream of corn.
Aid to the Israeli hostage or to the Palestinian hostage?
To the war zone in Gaza, to the Palestinians.
Okay, so...
But Israel did say they would drop the supplies off.
Hey, you know what? You can't do it, but we'll bring the cream of corn right over to them.
Well, they knew this was going to happen the whole time.
Yeah, when you got a unidentified boat that's out there in international water.
والتغطية مستمرة على رأس الساعة ويصحبكم الزميل نشوان حسين.
Phones need to go. Phones need to go. Please. Don't sit in the water. In the water.
So,
hey, Bubba, I sent you it's a clearer, better video if you wanted to see. It's about 2 minutes. It kind of shows.
Yeah.
Does it show where they start throwing all their phones in the water?
Yeah, I think it does.
Did they
throw the phones in the water?
Hell yeah.
Why were they throwing the phones in the water?
I don't know. Who knows what they thought Israel was going to do to them, besides just redirecting them.
So Israeli Navy seizes an aid ship with Greta Van Thunberg aboard that was trying to break a naval blockade. That's really going to always work out. That's really, ask the Somalian pirates how, when you screw around with big ships, how that works out for you.
Israeli naval forces boarded and seized a charity vessel trying to break a naval blockade of the war-torn Gaza
Now, did they come from Sweden?
Sicily.
Strip on Monday. The British flagged.
That isn't even that far.
It's not?
Sicily to Israel?
I don't know. Any boat journey seems far to me.
Hey, Alexa. Good morning, Alexa.
Good morning.
Oh,
okay.
Did you know a little meditation in the morning goes a long way towards having a great day?
Is she on meth
For
today?
more mood-boosting tips, just say make my mind the MVP.
No, shut up. Hey, Alexa, how far is Sicily to Israel? Via water.
Israel is 1,259 miles from Sicily as the crow flies.
Oh, Jesus, that's from here to Chattanooga.
That's far.
I mean, in a boat that goes 8 miles an hour. Yeah,
I think it took them almost 2 weeks.
Yeah, I think
really?
they left,
I thought it was like 50 miles.
I think they left Valentine's Day. I mean, seriously,
they've been out there for a while.
Yeah, they left Easter.
No wonder they didn't have any supplies left. They ate them all.
Freedom Flotilla Coalition was aiming to deliver a symbolic amount of aid to Gaza and raise international awareness of the humanitarian crisis there. However, the FFC said on Telegram the boat was boarded during the night before it could reach shore. The boat, with its crew of 12, including Swedish activist Greta Thunberg, is now heading to a port in Israel. The Israeli Foreign Ministry later confirmed it was under Israeli control.
I don't know what this is.
Videos released by passengers on board the vessel showed an unidentified white substance covering the deck and windows.
Right now they're jamming our comms.
They also said Israeli forces had disrupted their communication lines.
Okay, duh.
Yeah, no kidding.
The Israeli Foreign Ministry wrote on X the quote.
They were probably happy when the Israeli boat came in because they could get some real water and some real food.
Selfie yacht of the celebrities is safely making its way to the shores of Israel. The passengers are expected to return to their home country.
And once they got to Israel, what were they going to do? You just can't get off the boat and take your bag of stuff, to where you think you can take it.
Well, I mean, it was symbolic aid.
Yeah,
I mean,
it wasn't that much stuff. They didn't have like crates and crates of stuff. It was just, a couple ham sandwiches.
She's just raising attention for, what's going on over there.
Right, and we're all covering it.
And you're right.
Later added that all passengers were safe and unharmed. They were provided with sandwiches and water. The show is
Man, thank God for Israel. They gave them real food.
over, it said. Israeli Defense Minister Israel Katz ordered the military on Sunday to prevent the
And of course, the Greta Thunberg bitch has to say, we've been intercepted and kidnapped.
Madeleine from reaching Gaza, calling the mission a propaganda effort in support of Hamas.
It's exactly what this is. This is a propaganda effort to support Hamas.
Exactly.
Let's call it for what it is. Let's call it for what it is. This is a propaganda effort to support Hamas. Period. I would have kept him in jail for a few weeks, then sent him back. I wouldn't have given him the quick courtesy turnaround. I would have said, you're going to stay in one of our Israeli detention facilities for 2 weeks because you were trying to, some kind of crime against Israel.
They were trafficking a child.
Yeah, they had a child?
Greta.
She's not a child. She's
Nah,
like 21.
She's 22.
Oh, she looks like a child.
Hamas condemned the seizure of the boat
Trafficking see you next Tuesday.
as state terrorism. Israel imposed
Look at that old rickety. I wouldn't take that from St. Pete to Tampa.
naval blockade on the coastal enclave in 2006.
I mean, the only thing I think would be good for next year's Gasparilla, right?
Yeah. To stop weapons from reaching
Dan, have they stopped the stupid rule? When I used to go to Gasparilla, it was right after the Boston bombing, and for like 10 years, they made it where boats had to putt around the entire. Boats could never stop.
They couldn't stop. Right? They stopped that because it was a disaster.
Because you literally we were in Jimmy Cleavis's Spartacus, and he was having to put it around, and it was just like boats hitting boats
constantly. That's what happened. Boats
it was like
constantly hitting boats.
You got to keep moving. And before that, you could just tie off to another boat, and you could go boat to boat. Have they gone back to that?
They're going back to that template. Yeah, it was stupid.
They did that for like 10 years.
I know.
Group designated as a terrorist organization by Israel and the West. The blockade has remained in place through multiple conflicts, including the current war. The United Nations special.
I've seen enough of all this nonsense. I want to see this bitch saying that she's been held hostage. Here she is, right here.
My name is Greta Thunberg, and I am from Sweden. If you see this video,
by the way, with her Palestinian scarf draped around her stupid ass and Swedish neck.
Then, if you see this video, we have been intercepted and kidnapped in international waters by the Israeli occupational forces.
No, what the Israeli occupational forces did is save you and feed you and gave you good food and are sending you back home. That's what they did. They didn't kidnap you. They detained you enough for them to take your crappy ass boat into harbor. Hopefully they blow it up, and they sent you back on a train or a plane.
Forces that support Israel.
Yeah, hold on now. You arrive on a crappy ass boat and you get to go back on a nice jet? That's... Please.
Israel was trying to play them footage from October 7th, and they did not want to watch it. Once they found out what it was, they refused to watch.
Oh, if I was Israel, man, I would have super glued their eyes open and made them watch it for a straight hour.
Israel. I urge all my friends, family, and comrades to put pressure on the Swedish government to release me and the others as soon as possible.
Now, what is the Swedish government gonna do to her?
Nothing. She's already home.
Right.
Because here's the thing. This is not what kidnapping looks like. Kafir Beavis knows what kidnapping is like. He was an 8-month-old baby. Yarden Beavis knows what kidnapping looks like. He survived. His wife did not, Shiri, as she was clutching those 2 little redheaded boys. That's what kidnapping looks like. Clutching your babies as you go off to a death sentence. Not eating a sandwich handed to you by IDF. These individuals are apparently going to be forced to watch IDF footage from the day of October 7th. She needs to see it. Greta, this is not a kidnapping. The hundreds of hostages who were kidnapped understand that. It's time you understand it, too.
Preach.
Yeah. So true. All right.
And then finally, Donald they asked him about the bitch. I love his response.
Do you have a message for Greta Thunberg, and did she come up on your call with the Prime Minister today?
Well, she's a strange person. She's a young, angry person. I don't know if it's real anger. It's hard to believe, actually, but I saw what happened. She's certainly different. Anger management. I think she has to go to an anger management class.
Do you
That's
think she
my
was
primary recommendation for
Was
her.
she kidnapped by Israel, as she says? Was she kidnapped?
I find it. I think Israel has enough problems without kidnapping Greta Thunberg.
I mean, he's right. I mean, they were actually nice to her, and let me. I think she's already home.
Yeah,
So
I mean,
that
there's pictures of her on a
propaganda,
plane.
bunch of nonsense. You know what? She thinks she's such a star. She thinks that, because she did the "how dare you" during that climate deal, what put her on the map. She thinks that she's got so much clout and she's such a star that an effort like this can actually do something. You know what an effort like this did? Nothing. It did nothing. In fact, it's going to cost Israel, maybe tens of thousands of dollars to get your guys' stupid ass back to Sicily, and probably have to blow up your stupid ass rickety boat. Nobody wants to buy that. You did nothing. You did not bring any awareness. Your propaganda piece miserably failed. And I think you got off. I think if you cause that much disruption to the safety of a country, because their blockade that they have is not made to catch your stupid ass. It's made to catch real bad guys. And they've had to put so much time and resources into glad handing your dumb ass.
They should bill her for it.
Yeah, they should.
They should send her the bill for the jet that had to fly her back to Sweden.
Yep.
She should be criminally liable for those costs.
Yep.
And then she'd shut up. She just assumes that she's going to be let go every time. What about one country that just says, you know what?
Everybody lets her go.
They all let her go. They're afraid of her. What about the one country that says, you know what, enough's enough. You've broken too many laws here. We're going to hold you for a year.
Yeah, exactly. You got a year.
Then what you going to do? In jail. 5'1".
And here's the deal: the next time she thinks that she's big slinging D, and that she's got so much popularity, and her propaganda attempt fails miserably, that she knows now that potentially the country that catches her, or it might put her in prison for a year.
How much do you think that woman is worth?
Oh, I hope nothing.
I bet she's worth tens of millions of dollars. I bet it's over $20 million. I bet $20 million.
No.
$20 million.
No way.
$20 million.
Bubba, I sent you a video from 19 when Trump blew her off, and the look on her face is...
it's all because, let's not forget, after her climate her moment, her gotcha moment that made her popular, when she spoke at the climate deal, and she had a prepared speech that she had practiced on, and remember it was how dare you, and all that kind of nonsense. And Trump was there, and she was trying to position herself so that when Trump came off the escalator, he would see her and some way, shape, or form acknowledge her speech or acknowledge her as a person. And Trump just went, completely blew her off. And he had his agenda and what he was doing, and he had a place to go to get there, and she wasn't part of that equation. And that's where that's how she needs to be treated. She needs to be blown off.
He claims she's worth about $1 million to $2 million.
Yeah, I bet it's 10 times that. It's all hidden. She's worth more than you, Baba.
No, that doesn't take much.
Well,
Sammy's worth more than me. Sammy cleans up on her birthday. She's worth more than me.
Yeah, she's got $78 in her piggy bank, Bubba. You're screwed.
Yeah, I am.
Welcome to the UN, sir.
She's a millionaire.
Thank you very much. Mr. President, you look...
That angry face.
Mm-hmm.
She looks like a crazy serial killer.
She's a bitch. She's a bitch.
1 to 2 million is what she's publicly published.
She needs
worth.
to be incarcerated for a little bit.
Yeah.
I mean, you know what? Everybody just kisses her ass and lets her do. I mean, to use governmental resources that are there in a military capacity to set, to keep bad people that want to do bad things to the Israel coastline, and to have to tie up Israeli Navy vessel to feed them, to tow their crappy ass boat in, to take them back to Israel, to get them on a plane, to get them back home, is cost probably tens, if not hundreds of thousands of dollars. And you should have to, spend some, since you can't pay for that. But maybe you can. If she's
I think she can.
Then write a check or do 6 months in jail. Mm-hmm. One of the two. Mm-hmm. And you know what? I wouldn't be sending her back on the first plane home right now. She'd be in jail, and we'd be cutting us a deal. Write me a check, or well, you know what? Or go to trial. Because right, Dan? You can't just throw somebody.
Well, you can, but I mean, ideally, you can just hold it until the trial.
And we're going to hold you till the trial because you're a flight risk. Mm-hmm. But we're going to hold you, and then we're going to put you on trial for disruption, propaganda, using resources. I mean, those Israelis will think all kinds of cool things. And every day in her cell block while she's waiting trial is the October, is it 7th?
Yeah.
The October 7th stuff where they came in on the fans.
They really should just let them go in Gaza and just say, all right, guys, have fun.
Yeah, you guys want to be in Gaza so bad. Let me give a first-class ticket to Gaza. Mm-hmm. Here,
Keep
no
them
big
there.
deal. You know what? You guys are released into Gaza.
Yeah, when you already give away all of your symbolic aid, let me know how it starts working out when the rapes and murders happen.
Right, when you don't have anything else to give to Hamas, let me know how fast you get raped and killed.
Yeah, she's going to be on the first ticket to on the first plane to L.A. now, so she's probably due there.
Oh, yeah, you're right, yeah.
She should be in L.A. right now. She'll be there in 24 hours.
Lummy, we're going to really start breaking the L.A. stuff down next.
If you want 24/7 on-demand Bubba and the crew, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com.
Right now.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be back after this.
It says all her anything that she ever raises goes directly to charity.
So I've heard $2 million. I've heard $10,000.
Man, I don't know who gets her. I don't know who gives her money.
She said she donates it all to charity. Anything she collects.
Do you think that maybe her family's wealthy?
They are now. The charity is mom and dad.
Supposedly she lives in a $600,000 house in Sweden.
She lives in a $600,000 house in Sweden?
Supposedly, but...
No, that sounds right. Probably a real nice house.
Was she born and lived originally in Sweden? Yeah. Is that where she's originally from?
Yeah.
They got to be well off. I mean, how do you be an activist at 15 unless your parents have, money?
Tons of cash.
Yeah, yeah.
And she's been getting people give her money all the time.
I'm sure there's people that support her cause. I just
Soros gives her money. They all give her money.
Yeah.
They all give her money. How's she surviving?
I don't know. I'd retire if she has all this money.
I would.
All right, I got to go do a urine.
Go do a urine, buddy.
Woo! How do you pee on the boat, man? What if Greta's wiener hunting?
DJ Brown 941, how you doing? Just Bob from Davenport. I'm over here on Twitch seeing the old schoolers. Golden Egg Layer. Dang Joe motherfucking Unchained. Super Bad Hunter. Super Bad Human. Hi everybody over there. Hello Cherry Head. Poodle Ballin'. Appreciate ya. Thomas Hamilton, Steve Pennington, over there on Facebook. Yellow. How y'all doing? Listen, I think Dawn usually hangs out over here. I thought. X, YouTube, Kenny Powers, Big Lunger, Great White, Thomas Gilson, Johnny Z.
Dirt Merchant, 5.
Thank you. Need it. Need it bad.
Thank you, Dirt. So DJ Brown.
Hi, Dawn.
To the storage shed.
Dawn's on YouTube. Hi, Dawn.
73 months.
Hi, Dawn.
I need a good ass dentist, man.
Gary. 49th and 38th.
So Tom, Guru, Lee, Todd, did 62, 43 months.
Been my dentist for 30 years.
Tony, Black Eye, Cali.
Dude, the last dentist I went to wanted to put me asleep for all these deep cleanings.
Fuck that.
Yeah, just gonna clean your colon.
That damn it, Cherry, my dentist went to med school with Dan.
Logan Stretch, Feather Snooze.
Or was at the University of Florida doing dentist school when Dan was there.
Yeah.
Have you ever met him before? Dan?
I've never. I don't think I've met him. No.
But you guys were at Florida at the same time.
Several times, yes. On the veterans test, Jimmy, no, I was not. It's been getting like a paint correction over the last few days, so it's been in the garage. I got Dumb working on it.
You know what?
Dumber. Yeah, Dumb. Dumber's pissed because I've been blowing him off because Dumb's back in town.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabeto studios.
Aquabeto.com/Bubba.
It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Venmo, PayPal, Cash App, all at the Bubba Army. Any little bit helps. 10, 20, 50. That's how we stay on the air, my friends. 813-90-BUBBA. Let me take this call. Jay should be in here momentarily.
He just walked in.
Hi, Karate.
Good morning.
What's up, Jay? How are you, my friend?
Excellent. How are you?
I'm still kind of freaked out over that call yesterday we got from that dude.
I know.
God. Hello, sir. You're on the air. Phone caller. Caller. Hello.
You hear me?
Yes, I can.
Oh, okay. Hey, I want to get back on that California stuff.
Yeah, we're getting ready to jump back. We're getting ready to jump back on it right now. But yes, go ahead.
So I grew up in California. I was born in Long Beach. My family grew up in Garden Grove. My great grandma bought a house way back in the days for like $11,000. She raised her family in it. My grandma was in there. My grandma raised her family, and then right around, I can't even tell you the dates, but basically she ended up selling the place. It just got overran, man. California's been getting overran with Mexicans, really. I mean, let's be honest, for years, and yeah, my grandma made a pretty penny off the house. But my point is, so we ended up moving up to a little town in Tulare County, and that's all farmland. And me going to school and all that stuff, growing up in that environment, man, it's all illegals. Like, there's so many of them. Like, it's not even funny. And I'm watching what's happening, and it's like a pimple, you know what I mean? It's came to a head and it's ready to pop.
Well, and it's also being covered a couple different ways. I'm assuming the truth's in there somewhere, but it's being covered as it's not a big deal. The riots are not a big deal. They're peaceful. And then there's a portion of the media that's covering it, which I'm assuming is the truthful way. And I'm seeing burned down vehicles, and I'm seeing cops having to maintain order with rubber bullets, and I'm seeing, I'm seeing the mayor and the governor of the state not cooperating with the president, and his illegal immigration deportation thing that he's trying to do. So it's we have like a couple different wars. The actual war that's happening, the actual trying to apprehend these bad people that are not supposed to be in our country and in most cases have committed some type of crime, and then the media. That war and the fact that how are they covering it?
The war on the truth.
The war on the actual matter. Like, the media is covering it two different ways. So it's like,
Well,
go ahead.
I think another thing too, we have this government, right? So the loopholes, you know what I'm saying? So supposedly these sanctuary cities are under the 10th Amendment, I believe. So it basically makes the state able to govern themselves, correct?
Here, I don't know, sir, but I do know this. And
I've been looking this up.
All right, hold on.
Basically, what's going on is there...
Sir, let me rebut what you just said, okay?
Okay.
When you have a conversation, it's you talk, then I talk, then you talk, then I talk. Now it's my turn, okay?
Yep.
Fundamentally, regardless of what amendment you're looking at, if a person has entered into our country through one of our American borders, and they've entered into our country illegally, their first act of illegal activity started as, jumping the border or not getting processed correctly or not signing the proper paperwork. They just came into our country illegally, undocumented. Now, it's my understanding that that's the first act of what they did wrong. Now, from that point forward, it doesn't matter where they go, whether they go to a sanctuary city that wants to protect them, or they go to Tampa, Florida, that wants to turn them in. Their first act of illegal activity started with entering into our country, which is a federal issue, not a state issue, illegally.
So he's making an issue that I just saw them raising last night, which is like California's a sovereign state. No, they're not. We live in a democratic republic, and each state is a state that's a part of the overall republic
of the United States of America.
United States of America, and there's federal law that supersedes all state laws. And so, as soon as Roe versus Wade was overturned, every state, that meant there's no federal law banning abortion. So then every state is able to enforce their own laws as they see fit. There is a federal law that bans what they're doing. It makes it illegal. It's a criminal violation of the law.
Back to kind of like what I was saying, right,
exactly.
Jay? Their first act was
they violate federal law.
They broke a federal law and entered into our country illegally, undocumented. That's their first act.
Or overstayed a visa, or did some sort of perversion of what's a legal way to come across here to the United States, which all of us in this room support legal immigration. But there is no right for a so-called, what the heck?
Do we need more immigration?
No,
do we really need more immigration?
Do we need more
right
people
now? I mean, do we really need even legal immigration?
Sanctuary states.
We should put a quiet on it for 2 years.
No, I agree with that. But the point is that sovereign states, these sanctuary states, that you don't have a right to violate federal law. And so in Florida, every state trooper. Every single state trooper in the state of Florida has agreed to cooperate with ICE. So we don't have these riots because ICE comes in, talks to our sheriffs, talks to our state troopers, our FHP. They coordinate it. They rounded up like 1,500 in a week and a half. No fights, no riots. These governors, these mayors are failing to enforce the law, and they're even taking it a step further by almost blocking ICE's ability to do it. And so they've created this toxic situation where people think it's okay to shut streets down, and they think it's okay to assault police officers. And, I'm not a big J6er, but I am big on looking at the contrast between two things. This looks a lot like George Floyd riots. You're burning cities down. You're assaulting cops. I don't remember seeing things on fire on January 6th. I saw people breaking windows. And I saw people
I
trespassing.
saw a
and
nut
doing,
job with
doing horrible things.
with a big set of horns carrying out Electra.
Turns out he's not much of a nut job when you talk to him.
No, and you know what did the Democrats do? They shut down the city for 6 months with 20,000 troops
and 1,500 arrests too. Part of J6 as well.
And
anyway,
here,
sir, I appreciate your call. By what means do you listen to the show? How do you listen? How do you catch the show?
I catch it on YouTube, man. I live right here in St. Pete. You're all, it's thunder, and I'm like, yep.
Perfect, man. Appreciate your call. Thank you, bud.
But he raises a new argument I saw, which you're going to try to call California a sovereign state, like they can just enforce their own laws and ignore federal laws.
Thank you.
States are entitled to enact laws that are not enacted by the federal government. They're supposed to fill the holes that the federal government doesn't do, not try to counteract or supersede the federal government, because, like Jay said, federal law trumps state law.
And as you said, I'll answer your question. Do we need immigration?
No, we don't.
You can't answer. You can't answer the question I'm going to answer, you dumbass. I said I was going to ask. I was going to answer your question. I said.
Oh,
and then you answered it.
That's
on Dan Brand.
Oh boy.
I'm going to answer your question. In my opinion.
Okay.
Do we need immigration?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, but not now. We need proper immigration, and that is the good people coming to our country that can contribute to our country, that are willing to fill out the necessary documentation, that aren't afraid of their past, that don't have a criminal history, and want to come in and to the fabric of our country and work and help and do the right thing. Not people that have jumped over a broken down barricade and hundreds and thousands of people that, these people have found a breach in our wall and by the tens of thousands have come into our country over the past 4 years. And that's the immigration that we have to. You know what our country needs? An immigration douche. We need an immigration. If I was Bubba Holman, I'm gonna say, you know what? You guys can call this whatever you want, but we're calling this a douche. We're douching out the bad, and when we get that under control, then we're gonna set protocol and procedures to let good people back in our country, people that want to contribute. I remember Ronald Reagan was on the Johnny Carson show. And you can even look it up, maybe, Lummy. And Ronald Reagan had the most brilliant idea with regards to immigration. And Johnny Carson asked him something about immigration. He goes, well, I think we need immigration, but we need to stop them at the borders, issue them a Social Security card, and have them immediately paying into the U.S. tax code. Those are the immigrants that we need. And that would be great if we could do that.
And Bubba, that kind of supports my thought, is that this immigration is really just a Ponzi scheme, just like Social Security and all the other entitlements, because it doesn't work unless there's a bigger population that's younger than you to support the older population.
And to me,
we could do this. I'm sorry.
Oh, go ahead.
So we can do this one of two ways. We can either, solve it by, massive immigration and just, increase the number of citizens that way. Or you can go back to the old fashioned way, which is being, vilified, and that is families having children. And that would be the way. But the whole bottom line, Bubba, is that the federal government and the entitlement and Social Security and, the safe net systems in place in the government are all pyramid scams, and they don't work without a larger population coming up
for
in the ranks.
last 4 years. There has not been a system. It's get in here if you can. Here's where the breaches of our walls are, and just get in here. And that has caused the problem that we have today. The $500 a night Roosevelt Hotel
magnets.
Things like that. When the average when the average immigrant gets $125 a night facility or $125 a day stipend, and they all stay in and they get processed immediately. That's the right way to do it. But we've I don't know what's the number under Biden. What was the number? 8 million, 12 million,
11 to 20. 11.
So Bubba, again, two things here. First of all, you're defining the whole premise of the book, Rules for Radicals, which is to overwhelm the system. And number two is your number is not going to be an accurate number because they don't count people that are under 18 years and 6 months as an illegal alien. So you're seeing numbers of adults, not children, and so the numbers are skewed. And you hear there's 10,000 or 10 million or 15 million. It's really 20, 30 million because they're not counting the children. They're not officially illegal aliens till you're 18 and a half.
New York Post reporter shot in the forehead with a rubber bullet.
Yeah.
Well,
don't stand with the protesters.
While cover, yeah, you know what? That should show you that you need to be.
You need some headgear, man.
You do.
Yeah.
And you need to not. You know what? Don't embed yourself so much so that you're with the bad guys.
Well, that's got to be a reporter's dream, by the way. I mean, I don't know if it looked like a Post reporter.
It was a pretty bad. You should wait till you see the. I think. Wait, Seth. I think it shows.
It shows it. Yeah.
Hold on here. so you can hear that. You can hear it.
You can see it.
You can see the cop aim on it. And look, ready? Here we go.
Right there.
Boom. Now he falls down.
Just got shot in the head.
How do you...
Now see
that guy
right there.
This guy right here. This guy right here.
Rubber bullet.
That guy right there.
Why do you think he decided to shoot him?
I don't know.
That's when the cops were pinned underneath the overpass, and they probably were not wanting to have cameras or whatever.
I would have such a big vest on that said media press.
Yes.
The biggest one ever.
With a helmet.
Like
the wartime.
It shows.
But Bob, also you got to understand, it's not a rifled round. It's a rubber bean bag.
Right.
So it has it doesn't have the same kind of accuracy you would expect from something else.
Now,
but it did look like he was aiming at him.
Here's another chick.
He aimed at him.
Here's another chick. Here's another
chick.
chick. She takes a lick. Right in the back of the leg, and so because they're not messing around.
They aimed at her too.
Watch this.
After hours of standing off, this situation has now rapidly deteriorated. The LAPD moving in on horseback, firing rubber bullets.
By the way, has anybody seen the goggles that they're putting on the horses? Oh my God, they look like fish. They look like fish tank aquariums. These poor. Let me see if you can find me a picture. So the riot guys have come in on the horses, and the horses are very effective because these horses have been trained to kind of move people. Like horses are 1,500, 2,000 pound animals, and they will. You can't.
They've been using them in New Orleans forever for crowd control. It's way more effective than human beings.
Oh, they can. Yes. They just start. They just take the horse's ass and kind of keep assing you down the road.
Mm-hmm. And if you touch the horse, it's like assaulting a cop. They will beat you down.
If you even pet the horse. Like good horsey, good. They'll take you right down to zero.
The protesters moving them on through the heart of LA.
Now,
so it's illegal to shoot the press with the rubber beanbag.
So I don't know. I mean,
so the
thing about it is, she didn't have press or media. A lot of times they'll wear a flak jacket and maybe like a helmet. Like when they used to send in Lester Holt and things like that, and like he would have media and press with a big helmet on. These rogue reporters that are reporting from Australia
to the
One
internet station.
Now this shows you the side of the media that think that LA is not on fire. Why is Donald Trump and Tom Holman and sending in the National Guard when the LAPD can handle this? And this is way overkill. And our president is really a bad guy. And this is just really, really violating good people's rights. And LA does not need this right now.
The LA County Police say that they have it under control. Carrying a flag is not illegal, as you know. What did happen in
Now that to me right there, does not look like the LA County Police have it under control.
You think?
92 was so different from what we're seeing now. I mean, that was a real.
Okay, hold on. So this guy here, which I can't for the life of me why one of these guys didn't stop and throw this guy to the ground, he hits every ICE vehicle, and I even think private citizens. He's got himself a whole big inventory of rocks and bricks, and every car that comes through gets hit. Watch.
Real riot.
Video after video has shown that these agents are the ones provoking protesters and also making up, aggression by these protesters that later video shows people were not aggressive.
Yeah, that's not aggressive.
That's assault with a deadly weapon.
But hold
and you're
on.
trying to assault
These
police officers.
Yeah, hold
protesters that later video shows.
Now, see, that's right there. That's,
people were not aggressive.
That's not aggressive.
Are those ICE vehicles?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Those
are autonomous cabs.
Autonomous cabs.
No, not that one. The vehicles he was throwing the rocks at was a combination of private vehicles and official vehicles.
And ICE.
But why are we doing this to these cars? Like, I don't know. I mean, I don't get.
Because everybody's in just an absolute feeding frenzy of to be able just to start something on fire, to break something, to
They're anarchists.
When the protest doesn't match the actual cause, and that's what you're seeing, Seth, is a disconnect between the actual violence of the protest and what they're actually trying to accomplish.
We're having
One
an
has
intermission-
nothing to do with the other here. This is again not a grassroots protest. This is a manufactured protest. Just
targeting peaceful protests, people that are there to protest. The president is sending the National Guard because he doesn't like the scenes. He doesn't like the scenes.
That is probably a $80,000 to $90,000 vehicle.
Oh yeah,
and I think there was 5 of them that as soon as somebody stands in front of one of these automatic autonomous vehicles, like they stop because they don't want to hit you. Well, all you have to do is 2 people stand in the road. They stop. These they're not going to go anywhere. They're going to just stay right there until somebody moves.
They're going to have to tweak the settings on these.
They
now.
are going to have to tweak the settings.
They
got to have a
protest
They're going to have to have a terrorist protest
where
mode.
the car doesn't stop for anything.
Exactly.
Of people peaceful.
So this to the left of the screen shows various news talking heads explaining that, basically proclaiming that LA is not that bad, that sending the National Guard's an overreach, that LA County and the city of LA PD have got this under control. These are peaceful protests, and that Donald Trump is wrong for sending in the federal National Guard to get to try to thwart this uprising.
Protesting.
The unrest is isolated. LA is home to millions of people, most of whom are having a normal day here on Sunday.
You've heard reports that there are riots on the streets of Los Angeles. That is not what's happening across the city of Los Angeles.
Governor Newsom's right. There wasn't anything like a riot happening on Friday, Saturday.
We just witnessed a protester thanking a National Guardsman for his service here in California.
Thank you for your service.
LAPD, by most estimates, had this under control last night.
No, I don't think the National Guard is needed.
By the way, this is the mayor of Los Angeles right here, Karen Bass, I think her name is.
Yep.
Now things in LA are calm.
Yeah, that looks right there to the right. That looks calm, doesn't it?
For sure.
There was a protest that got a little unruly late at night.
There have been no violence where anybody that was protesting hit anybody, shot anybody, threatened anybody. Nothing has happened.
What is just a bunch of people having fun watching cars burn.
Most of those demonstrators were very peaceful.
Did you hear that?
Yeah.
They were chanting, they were shouting. People were driving by, honking their horns.
So that you got that side of the media reporting it, that this is way overkill. Trump is way overextending his powers by sending in the National Guard to try to, right this ship. LA is burning. There are cop cars that have been, I don't know, you saw 8 or 9 or 10 cop cars that have been smashed, windows broken.
At least that many.
These autonomous cabs, 5 or 6 of those on fire. People just, it's
burning the American flag.
It's just, it's bad, and it deserves. And it wouldn't be this bad if the governor wasn't so woke along with the mayor in such denial of what's happening, and they would just realize that Donald Trump's going to do his ICE deportation, illegal immigration program. He's going to do that regardless if you are going to cooperate or not. And this is a prime example of a very liberal blue city and state that has decided to not cooperate with Donald Trump and Tom Homan's extraction of illegal immigrants. Now, though, in the perfect scenario, and I think the way it worked here and the way that it's worked in other probably more conservative, more pro-Trump regions are, the ICE sends you a manifest of known illegal immigrants that might be incarcerated into your facility. They get back to ICE and say, yes, we have, out of 100 people, we got 80 of these people. When do you want to pick them up? ICE says, we'll pick them up next Tuesday. The jail, the prison, the whatever, said, we'll have them ready for you. On Monday night, they round the guys up. They shackle them, and they shackle them, put them in handcuffs. ICE pulls up with their big ICE, Bluebird bus that's all, guarded up. And they load these people with the proper paperwork, and then they take them. I think they do. Do they have a court date, or do they just go? Do they just get deported?
It depends on the status. So what the big lie in the media is, what Tom Homan's doing is looking for people that already have a deportation order, meaning they've already been found in violation of the law, and so they don't need due process. They've had their due process. They're subject to deportation, period. And on top of that, he's looking for people with a deportation order and a criminal background. And so what he said to these sanctuary states and cities is, like you're saying, if you don't cooperate with us and tell us where they are and in jail and let us get them, we're going to get them at Home Depot. We're going to get them at school. We're going to get them at job sites. We're going to, and Tom Homan said for months, if you're an illegal here and you don't have your papers, don't hang out with illegal criminals, because if we go do a search warrant on an illegal criminal, you're there, you're going home too.
Let's not forget that a month ago, they had this whole big, go to our app, turn yourself in, we'll give you $1,000 and a free plane ticket back to where you came from. And that's $1,000 per person. So $1,000 for each kid you got, $1,000 for your spouse, and $1,000 for you. And you're not going to be charged with anything. We're just sending you back.
And putting you on the list to bring you back in.
Yeah. So I'm just saying, we had a window of amnesty and an easy way for you to turn yourself in with none of this stuff happening. So anyway, when we return, I think you found me the Tom Homan on Jesse Waters last night.
Yeah.
That kind of broke a lot of this down.
Yeah, he explains kind of what they were doing there.
Want to listen to the show on demand and on the go? Enlist today at BubbaArmyHQ.com. Sign up and start listening. The Bubba the Love Sponge show will be back after this.
And made it America too.
Like Baja, California.
Well, no, just somewhere, I don't know, another country that we claim it, and we make it America, and then we open it up to everybody.
Ensenada.
We'll take it, yeah.
Yeah, but then we put it up to everybody, or we'll put it up to the bad guys were detained.
I'm just saying, we have America Part 2, where we can get more people.
So you want to take over Canada?
I don't know where the property is.
That might be a Canada gimmick.
I don't know, Canada's a lot of land.
That's what I'm saying. Send them up to the Arctic?
No, I'm saying I want it to be a destination where we could go, hey, where are you going for vacation, America too? I don't want to
it's Puerto Rico, Seth.
Puerto Rico's a dump. So we need to fix it. Cuba.
Make Puerto Rico great again.
The Dominican, let's take over Haiti and the Dominican.
Oof, I don't know. I'd way rather fix Puerto Rico.
Puerto
Rico's got waves and good people. They're basically a light state almost.
What if we bring electric blankets to Antarctica?
You know what? That's what
That would be the best humanitarian mission ever.
Greenland's pretty big.
Well, no, that would be America too, Greenland.
That's true.
How's everybody doing?
They're onto it.
I think so. I think they've already been working on that.
Once you have a successful business, like America, even though
right, cracker
comes up and down.
Yeah, up and down.
We're ready to expand.
See, Lummy knows he's a businessman.
We're ready to
Always
expand
thinking
this.
forward.
I totally agree.
What's up, Rumble?
Jay doesn't understand the whole expansion part. He wants to send us to Puerto Rico. I mean, look, that was like you open a business and it failed.
You want to go to Canada? I want to go somewhere where there's more water and waves. Greenland's cool. I would like that if I had a parka.
Let's take over Australia too.
Lunger. How you guys doing?
We have the cold part in Greenland, and we take over Australia.
I like it. I like that. Australia's cool.
Just take over South America.
Maybe Short Stroker, Puerto Rico has some amazing areas. I love it there.
What's up, Cracker Chris?
I catch waves in Bolivia.
1560. You know, Puerto Rico's become this huge tax shelter haven for people that make gazillions of dollars. I guess they don't have a specific federal income tax, and so if you live there 6 months a year or something, then you can evade taxes, which is like such a first world. I can't believe people do that.
What up, Fred? Hope you're doing good, man.
223.
What's up, Jay from NOLA?
Jay, are you going to Costa Friday?
No, I'm going to Mexico Saturday to Saturday.
Thomas?
Is there a race, or are you just go?
No, I'm going for a week surf trip in Sinaloa, Mexico, the drug cartel area, like literally Sinaloa.
Do we need to put an air tag on you?
Yeah, I got one on my board bag, so hopefully they don't.
No, for real, like for real, bud.
I know.
Like you know, for
Thanks,
real.
man. I'm working
These guys
on
are
it, Fred.
protected by the Sinaloa the crew. They do cockfighting for them.
Oh,
so but it's
is that on the Pacific side?
Yeah, and it's supposed to be 8 foot plus almost the whole time. So
What's
I'm
up,
like doing
radio?
air squats and paddling.
Now, what will you
Big-ass
get?
trips.
What will you get on your side at your place?
Costa Rica.
Yeah,
my side's on the Pacific side too, so we'll be going off there right now.
Oh, so your Costa home's on the Pacific side?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that. How far from Jaco Beach? 3 hours.
2.5, 3 hours, but Tamarindo's the other really famous place up there in the Guanacaste Peninsula. My house is like 35 minutes from Tamarindo.
Nice. Isn't San Jose the capital?
Yes.
I heard it's kind of shady.
It is.
What up, Liz?
They got casinos and shit in there, don't they?
Yeah.
And that's all.
Legal hoe houses.
And it's all ran by the mob.
What'd your son
I
get?
haven't
Some
been,
frogs or
literally, I haven't been
something?
to San Jose in 15
I think I
years.
saw on Facebook.
I haven't been to Jaco in 15 years.
What up, Madden Crusher?
I just stay up in my area.
Yeah. Why would you go anywhere else other than your area? I just stay in my area.
From the tribe of
exactly
Judah,
what I do.
Amufa.
Where you're the honourary mayor of your area.
No, we're up near, like, one of the places we surf always point is 8 kilometers south of the Nicaraguan border. So we're like way up in the north part. Oh, the Sinaloa? Yes.
Cortez?
Yes. Yes.
I know, obviously, like.
Yeah. And then there's that one place where there's that crazy lake where all the fishing.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabito studios, aquabito.com/Bubba. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Lummy, my first PayPal of the day. First PayPal of the day. Everybody's been hanging on to their money like, I don't know, man. A lot of uncertainty going on. Not a lot of money coming our way. Hope we can keep it on the air, Lummy. But my first one, Snook Slayer, and he always has some kind of odd amount. Snook Slayer, $45.
All right.
PayPal, Venmo, Cash App, all at the Bubba Army. Or you can go to BubbaArmyTips.com or, of course, BubbaArmyHQ.com and sign up for that deal. But PayPal, Venmo, Cash App at the Bubba Army and Snook Slayer, $45. Thank you, my friend. It gets that for you. So this is, I think, Jesse Waters from last night. We were trying to find a piece from where Tom Holman, the border czar, kind of maybe breaking down what's happening in Los Angeles. You know, both obviously the networks are covering it their own way. NBC is covering it different than Fox, covering it different than CNN, is covering it different than ABC, is covering it different than CNN, is covering it different. I wonder what the BBC is saying about the LA situation. Because if you were to absolutely have no dog in the fight, you're not a Republican, you're not a Democrat, you don't live in LA, but you're just watching what you're watching, and with the volume down, so you don't hear the commentators sway you one way or the other. To me, it looks like an absolute, war zone of people rioting for. Now, again, maybe you don't even know what they're rioting about because the volume's down. But to me, it looks like, ICE is trying to go into various neighborhoods or Home Depot, and they have a list of these people they're trying to apprehend, and various neighborhoods and people of Los Angeles are protesting the presence of this federal agency in their neighborhood. And the only thing this federal agency is trying to do, they're not trying to take you to jail because you're 2 years late on your taxes. Trust me. They're not trying to, take you to jail, because you did a red light speeding ticket. They're trying to take you to jail because you're an illegal immigrant, alien. You're an illegal alien that potentially, the most of them have been in some sort of trouble.
Yep.
And they're trying to remove them from that community that you potentially live in, that's going to be a safer community when this person who has illegal ties and whatnot, this is not necessarily the best of people. This isn't a guy you're going to go over there and borrow a cup of sugar from.
Mm-mm.
So, to me, I don't know why anybody would have a problem with what the government's trying to do right now.
We either have laws or we don't. We either have a country or we don't. It's time to choose a side. Border czar Tom Homan is here now. Mr. Homan, what happened over the weekend here?
Let me. Do you notice? You watch Fox a lot.
Yeah.
Do you notice Fox is doing a lot of this?
No, this is some YouTube guys.
This isn't the way the interview should.
Yeah, YouTube, because they're trying to get away from the copyright.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say, Fox has gotten very primitive with little talking heads and moving stuff all around. So this is a guy that copied off of Fox and is trying to move it around enough so he doesn't get a violation.
Yeah.
Okay. First. Because to me it looks pretty cheesy and pretty stupid.
It does.
Well, you said exactly right. I came in Wednesday to kick off an operation on Friday, and it was a criminal operation. We served criminal search warrants at several places of businesses that were involved with money laundering, tax evasion, and customs fraud, bringing in over $86 million of unclaimed imports and skipping on $17 million of tariff taxes. And it's a part of a bigger investigation having to do with money flowing to Mexico that fund cartels, the drug cartels. So we were serving arrest warrants. We were serving criminal search warrants. And that's when the protest started.
Serving criminal arrest warrants on criminals.
Right.
On
money laundering.
On people that are, in bringing various goods into our country and not paying tariffs, on people that are doing illegal activity.
Yep.
This isn't a guy that makes an honest day's work by working at handyman roofing. This isn't a guy that does an honest day work and doing a job that a white or a black guy, American, wouldn't do. Some Americans are just, not cut out for some of the labor that some of our, migrant workers do. They're not they're not going after that guy. They're going after criminals. They're going after people that are doing criminal acts.
As you said.
And listen, I don't want those people here. Those people don't, $17 million in tax evasion.
Early, outside this restaurant, we arrested 40 illegal aliens working with these businesses. We also arrested significant criminal public safety threats. You mentioned it. Several rapists, child sexual predators.
There you go.
People that committed murder. People that committed significant domestic violence, and one was a penetration of a foreign object into a young lady. So we took the men and women of ICE in those 2 days, made LA much safer. So the mayor should have been thinking ICE. The governor should have been making ICE. Instead of that, they want to call them terrorists. They want to call them racist. And that rhetoric has caused this protest. And I was there the first 2 nights.
I wonder how, like, KTLA and KCBS, like, except the local, CBS, NBC, ABC, Fox, the local LA affiliates, I wonder how they're covering it. You know what I'm saying? Like, KTLA is a huge, I don't know if they're CBS or ABC, but KCBS, I wonder how their local news departments are covering it. Not when they break to network news, but the local boots on the ground in LA. I wonder how they're covering it.
Well,
let me see if you can find me some of that. What's that now?
I mean, what do you like? You mean like from a Democratic or Republic?
Just
like
from a
Republican side?
Like what's really happening? Like
some for like their News Channel 8 or their Bay News 9, their local affiliate.
Like what's their stance on it?
Are they calling it mostly peaceful protests?
Are
or
they
calling
it? Are they calling this an overreach of the government? And this is way too much force from the United States government, and we have, our mayor and our governor has this under control, and this is an overreach. Like, I wonder. It was
out of control. The city was burning. Governor Newsom did nothing. The mayor did nothing. So President Trump, God bless him, he sent the National Guard in to save property and save lives, and I salute him for doing it.
Well, you mentioned the governor. He says he wants you to arrest him. Well, what would you arrest him for?
Well, look, I was interviewed by an embassy reporter. He asked me about the protesters. I said, look, they got the right to protest, but they can't cross that line. They can't impede our enforcement efforts. They can't put hands on our officers. They can't knowingly harbor and conceal illegal aliens from us. I said, so if they cross that line, they're going to be prosecuted. And the question was, well, how about Mayor Bass and Governor Newsom? What if they cross that line? I says, they'll be prosecuted too. Haven't they said for the last 4 years, no one's above the law? They cross the line, we'll seek prosecution. You and I would be held accountable. They prosecuted President Trump. No one's above the law. That's what they said. Either is the Governor Newsom. If he crosses that line, we'll simply ask the Attorney General to seek prosecution. It wasn't a threat. No one threatened to arrest him. But if he crosses that line...
Well, hold on. The arrest angle came when Newsom said, have him arrest me.
I dare you.
Tom Homan never has said, I'm going to arrest Gavin Newsom. Gavin Newsom balled up like he was all that and said, come arrest me. That's where that came from.
Commits a crime.
Homan's had kind of a blanket statement since he became the border czar of saying, anytime we come into your city, if you try and stop us, then we'll arrest you.
If you impede or obstruct.
And I think they arrested a senator or a congressman when they were outside of a facility that they were...
Man, you're smart. You're right. They did a congresswoman who went
from New Jersey, I think.
Yeah, went into an ICE facility and was like chest bumping one of the officers, and so she's
she was trying to break in and then release the illegals.
I think she's in jail right now.
Yeah, so she went. Well, I think she's out of jail, but then there's also that judge that did the old backdoor willy with the defendant and avoided ICE, and she's getting prosecuted for obstructing.
I think that's Wisconsin.
I believe you're correct.
Yeah.
He's no better than anybody else who will seek prosecution.
Do you feel like the politicians are extorting the country? Because they're saying, when ICE leaves, then we'll stop rioting.
Well, ICE ain't leaving. Well, as a matter of fact, we got over 100 teams out today enforcing immigration law, and we're going to flood the zone. I've said for a month, sanctuary cities, you don't want us to arrest these bad guys that you just listed out. We could arrest them in the safety and security of the county jail, but they won't let us into jail. They release them into the community, which means we got to send a whole bunch of teams in the community.
See, again, like what I said, and because I know I read it, states that comply, regions and cities that comply with this
federal law, complying with federal law. That's all this.
With this task that they're doing, they get a list. ICE sends them a list of known people, known criminals that are in your facility. They give you they ask you how much time do you need to round them up. They tell you to come here, whenever, and ICE shows up with their big ass Bluebird, criminal bus, and they load these guys up, and the jail or the prison says thanks. That's 36 bad guys we ain't got to deal with anymore. But what does LA do? What does Minneapolis do? What does Milwaukee do? What does Detroit do? What does Chicago do? These very liberal blue cities and states, they release. So ICE.
And do you know how they do it, Bubba? The reason is they don't even ask them if they're citizens or what their status is. It's illegal in many of these sanctuary cities and sanctuary states for a police department when they're arresting someone to even ask citizenship status. Whereas in Florida, it's required. If you are not a legal citizen, the police in the state of Florida call up ICE, and ICE comes out and they get you before they just release you. And so that's the biggest problem. You're highlighting it, Bubba.
So the ICE will send the list, and the jail will then round these guys up and let them go. And they infuse into the community, and that's where ICE, rather than just going like you're going through drive-through and you're picking up an order of 36 bad guys, those 36 bad guys have been released into the community. Now, I got to think that that's illegal. Like you could get the warden or whoever's in the charge of releasing these people without due process.
But they don't know their status, Bubba. That's the whole kabuki theater. Is these police departments just, we don't know what their status is because they don't ask. And so how do you avoid violating federal law? Well, saying, I didn't know if they were a citizen when I released them. That's what they do. The law is there to protect the officials who are evading federal law by following sanctuary city laws.
And
it's a
dangerous
perversion.
person that don't want to be found. So sanctuary cities are going to get exactly what they don't want. More officers in the communities and more officers in worksite. We can't arrest them in jail or arrest them in the community. If we can't arrest them in the community, we're going to increase worksite enforcement operation. We're going to flood the zone. And based on what LA is doing right now, we're going to continue to flood the zones. We're going to be there tonight. We're going to be there tomorrow. We're going to be there every day in the next 4 years, arresting public safety threat illegal aliens. We're not going to apologize for doing it. So we're not going anywhere, Jesse. We're going to do the job the American people voted Donald Trump in office for. We're going to make America safe again, one illegal alien criminal at a time. And this is another reason we need the big, beautiful bill passed so we can hire more ICE agents, get more technology, and help us find these people. Look, we got over 20 million illegal aliens in this country.
20 million.
Yep.
20 million.
We got less than just raw numbers. You want more criminals taken off the street? You want more efficient operations? Then they need to.
Remember, Joe Biden hired 96,000 additional IRS guys to screw with Americans. I know.
You got screwed with by a couple of them.
Yeah, and two of which started screwing with me because my case was cold and already done with, and they brought it back up. Now, Lummy, you know the problem I'm having now is the 96. Trump let those 96,000 go and is putting it into the ICE program. Well, guess what? I'm in this like purgatory queue that I can't get anybody to look at my case now.
Oh, Jesus.
I've been denied two of my offers but now I don't even have an agent of record.
Let's get out there and protest.
You want to go down to the IRS?
No, I'm not going down to IRS. I went down there one time. It's right by the stadium.
IRS.
I am not going down there.
Let's piss on their automobiles.
Let's go.
Have you ever been to the IRS building?
Me?
I've driven by it.
Yeah, well, you've been inside of it.
No.
I have. And it's scary.
Is that the old church?
Yep, it's the old church without walls.
Oh.
Yeah.
Can't you just go inside and ask for directions?
No. They got a guy at the front door, an armed guard, and you got to take a number. Then you got to go sit in this little waiting room, and then once you go talk to an agent, they put you like you got to go in this soundproof room. It's not good. Pay your taxes.
And the border patrol to keep President Trump's promise to the American people.
All right, Tom Homan, great speaking with you. Please stay safe.
Thanks, Tom. Here's Pam Bondi. She's ready to go too.
Protect law enforcement and the people in L.A.
Sean, what we're going to do is we are going to enforce the law regardless of what they do. Look at it out there. It looks like a third world country, and it's not. It's the United States of America. We are not standing for it. Donald Trump won't stand for it. And something else tonight, look at all those great men and women in the LAPD. We are going to protect them. If they will not protect them and prosecute people...
So here's what I don't understand. All these people here that are protesting, they basically are saying, we want you out of our communities. rounding up the people that have done bad things. We don't want you here. We don't want you up here rounding up. We don't want our streets safer. We want the bad guys to live amongst us. I mean, there's only two sides of the story. You want the bad guys out, or you want the bad guys to live with you, or within the general neighborhood or in general proximity. There's no other. It's not a really convoluted. It's not a big question. It's not a. It's.
Do they feel like it's more of an attack on Mexico than it is to make America
I think it's
safer?
I think it's an attack on anybody that's not supposed to be here. And these people here, who seem to be mostly Mexican, are like, we don't want the government in our neighborhood making our neighborhoods safer, which goes to show you that in order to get to this point, they have had to allow every Tom, Dick, and Harry for the last 20 years to come to L.A. and do whatever the hell you want, documented, undocumented. It just goes to show you the lack of leadership you've had in this city and this state for 20 plus years in order for it to be swelled up to this pitch.
Yeah, but when I look at that crowd, though, I don't see a bunch of Mexicans. I see a bunch of white kids with skateboards and masks on, and girls that look like they were just at the Hamas rally last week in Colombia. These are professional anarchists that don't even know why they're there. You'll see Antifa stuff in the back. You'll see Hamas stuff in the back. These people are just there to create chaos. And so when you look at what they're doing to the city versus what the actual goal of the public rounding up of the people is, they're trying to save the community. And the irony is the people affected the worst are the people who live in the black and brown communities where these illegal immigrants are taking their jobs, raping their children and wives, and killing their fathers and their brothers.
And stealing their stuff.
And that's not happening in the communities of these people who have their flags up that are protesting. They're not dealing with the negative consequences of illegal immigration with people that were known. And what we're still going after is there were hundreds of thousands of known murderers, sex traffickers, sex rapists, pedophiles, child pornography people that we know, human traffickers, hundreds of thousands of them. They're trying to get them. Is that okay?
That's who we're seeking first.
It abused the LAPD in terms during a civil unrest under 18 U.S.C. 231. We can prosecute federally people who assault state law enforcement officers with a maximum of 5 years in prison, and we are going to do it. We are going to prosecute them federally. If California won't protect their law enforcement, we will protect the LAPD and the sheriff's office out there. Not only that, we have 9 open cases right now and more to come on assaulting federal officers. The Molotov cocktail cases that you've seen, we've charged 1, more to come, 3 outstanding. The looters, you saw they began to loot last night, going into 7-Elevens, going into drugstores. Typically, you don't charge those. We do under federal law now. Under the Hobbs Act, we are charging robbery. You loot a business in California, you are looking at maximum of 20 years in prison.
She's a badass.
Spit on a federal law enforcement officer, no more. As President Trump said, you spit, we hit. Get ready. If you spit on a federal law enforcement officer, we are going to charge you with a crime federally. You are looking at up to 5 years maximum in prison.
Woo!
Yeah. I always talk about, Bubba, that there's 2 purposes to punishing people. One is to have a punishment, and the other one's a chilling effect on the people to prevent people from doing it again. That's the whole purpose of capital crimes. It's not just to kill the person that murdered somebody. It's also to say to the public that
to deter.
Exactly. If you do something as heinous as this, you're going to go to jail and you may die.
So anyway, Tampa tried to have their little protest yesterday.
It was pretty big, though, Bubba.
What?
It was big.
For real.
They said there might have been up to 100 people combined.
And they said, I heard there were 36 lesbians
Dude,
there.
who's doing a protest on a Monday, man?
I heard there were 36 lesbians, and they're the same people that were
kids without jobs.
They were the same 36 lesbians that were doing River to the Sea. They got basically the same chant. They really can't even change it up more.
Yep.
And it was a complete joke.
Yeah.
It was a complete joke. There was no arrests. It was peaceful. Now, you know what? I'm going to show you the Tampa protest from yesterday. And guess what? It was peaceful because guess what? These people know that Chad Chronister and that the city of Tampa PD, they're not putting up with any crap. You throw something at a cop car, you're going face down on the concrete. So this is the way protesting is supposed to go. I'm going to play it for you next. Again, Tampa felt as if they had to get involved in this. You know, every city, I guess, has their own little protest with this whole thing. And Tampa is the way people need to protest. Nobody got hurt. There was no fires. No cops got spit at.
Yeah, but nobody knew it happened.
Yeah, but I'm just saying.
That's the real thing.
This is peaceful protesting.
But if it's peaceful, Bubba, and nobody knows it's happening, does a protest actually happen?
It's like a tree falling in the woods.
Like a tree falling in the woods.
Yes.
We'll get into that next.
If you liked that segment, then you'll definitely like the new redesigned BubbaArmyHQ.com. We'll be back to the Bubba the Love Sponge show after this.
She's part of the protest.
Because you know who I mean, right?
Yeah, the blonde.
Yeah.
Across the street, there was MAGA people.
That's right out in front of the county building.
Yeah, that's where they were doing it, in front of City Hall.
By the way, ICE already fucking came here. Where that you're supposed to be here when they're yoking people out.
They went out quick.
This protest.
Yeah, our guys are so fucking scared that they're not going to be here when ICE is here, because they know they'll get fucked with.
Well, they had a statewide coordinated thing where they got literally hundreds of them in like a 24-hour period. It was incredible.
Yeah, they went in, went out.
It's the way to do it. I wonder what the numbers are if like every state just simply cooperated and gave ICE the people that they knew were illegal. I wonder how many more deportations could be done effortlessly a day in the nation. I bet it's hundreds, if not thousands. Because, you know, Trump wants just 3,000 a day nationwide is what he wants. And I mean, there's got to be, like I said, hundreds, if not thousands, that are sitting in jails that blue states know about that won't cooperate with.
I just think people were making a big deal that when they rolled into Tallahassee and hit the job sites, and they're like, "Wow, you're building FSU." It's like it's not like FSU went out to the Home Depot to hire the illegals. They contracted a company.
What's up, internet friend?
Oh man. Are we?
No, I don't think so either.
Are we doing 10:40 today? 10:35.
Yeah.
10:01. 9:59.
March.
Man, I was about to just say something that was going to blow up a whole fucking thing.
What was that?
It's just a big secret.
Where's Jair Alexander go?
I don't know. They were kind of hyping him up yesterday,
They were
but
saying he might be going to what? The Commanders.
they just said that he could take a while. before he signs.
Well, it's got to. Packers tried to restructure it clear up until Sunday, and he wouldn't do it. He wouldn't restructure. He's scheduled to make $17.5 million this year.
Well, I mean, he's not going to make that on the open market.
I know.
He'll probably do a 1-year prove-it deal with somebody.
So why not fucking take $14 million from the Packers, restructure your deal, because you're not going to get more than that on the open market.
Well, the Packers pretty much put their ding dong on his head yesterday because they said he's a great player, but we're used to playing without him.
Yeah, he's played 20 games in the last 2 years.
But Ian Rappaport was hyping him up, saying guys like this don't hit the market. Yeah, no one would take his money on.
Yeah, nobody's going to take his money on, so.
But he wanted to pick his team, so they released
never
him.
get me again on that group of this.
Man, I guess I didn't send it. I watched it in the middle of the night. Stevie Wonder made a joke at the BET Awards where he goes, I just want to let you know that I wrote and edited everything for tonight. So then everybody starts laughing. Blind humor.
Stevie Wonder with the jokes.
Which is, funny because that would mean that they don't know how to use Braille. I know a lawyer. Think twice. He writes things all the time.
We need Gnarls Barkley.
Did he ever have vision?
You think I'm crazy?
He was a super study, practiced law for 35 years.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabito Studios. Aquabito.com/Bubba. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
I see what we at 979 for the thumbs up. I think we're going to hit it.
Yeah, we should be good.
We should be good. Yesterday was right down to the wire. Hello, you're on the air.
Hey, good morning from Long Island, fellas. Bubba, I just wanted your take on three things really quick, and then I'll jump off. The first is, how do you expect people to follow law and order when the president obviously does whatever he wants every day and doesn't follow any law and order? The second thing is, how is this different? They murdered the Capitol police officers during the insurrection riots, so why are they dropping the hammer on these people that are doing the same thing, and those people essentially walked. And the third thing is, California is a sanctuary city, so this is the problem people have with it. And, I've been a fan of yours for so long, but I don't know when you became I believe what you're going to tell me thing, because it's not just people that are illegal they're taking. There are people that have work visas that have been here for 10 years, that pay taxes. Just because they're telling you, oh, this person's a criminal, they can tell you whatever they want. And in order to take whoever they want and do whatever they're doing. They don't follow any laws or red tape or anything.
Okay, tell me let me know when you want me to answer.
Okay, that's it.
All right, now, but I want you to stay on the line. I want you to hear this.
Of course. I believe it's
First of all, fundamentally, whether you like the guy or not, I think he's a better choice than the other choice. One.
Okay, that's not the question.
Well, no, but hold on. Hold on. It fundamentally comes down to that. That's what we're going through right now. We're going through a Donald Trump era that you feel the guy feels he's above the law. He can do what he wants. I don't necessarily disagree with you, but I think it was. I did not interrupt you. I did not goddamn interrupt you.
I got you.
You had three things. I let you say every one of them. I kept my mouth shut, and Jay's pouncing went on number two, and I'm going to let him have it. But are you going to let me again?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm sorry. I apologize.
Thank you. Let's have some decorum here. One, your question was, how can you sit here and sit back and let the leader of our country, the President of the United States, pretty much feel he's above the law and he can do whatever he wants? My answer to that is, you could be right in some instances. I feel that he does act like that a little bit at times, but it's a far better choice than what the other option was. Two, I'm going to let Jay answer that because he specifically said, "Oh, I'd love to answer that one." And if you remember Jay, what that question was.
I remember both. First one was, how can you support what Trump's doing with the lawlessness of Trump? And so what I would say is, Trump has followed every order that has come from every judge, and he has not failed to follow any of them. And so the premise of your question is flawed. He's done nothing illegal at all. What's happened is a bunch of judges, rogue judges in little local jurisdictions, have done these orders that go for the entire nation, trying to impede upon the executive's branch to protect our country, which is exclusively an executive branch issue. With regard to question number 2, what cop was murdered on January 6th? I'll answer it. None. There were no cops murdered on January 6th. There was a person murdered on January 6th, Ashley Babbitt. Federal government just settled a case for her for $5 million this week. She was an unarmed woman who was walking through the Capitol. Didn't look like L.A. There was no fires. There was none of that going on. People walk through, and I don't condone breaking windows, assaulting cops, but I also don't condone throwing the book at people and making them go to jail for years for having a peaceful protest.
Now,
so
J6 was
that's
not a
number
peaceful.
2. There wasn't a single cop that was murdered.
But it wasn't a peaceful protest. It was it was a protest.
It was outside
that got out of hand.
Yep.
And I understand that, but no cop. Please understand that no police officers died in that. There was a woman that did die, but that wasn't a peaceful protest, and I don't agree with what they did there.
Nor do I.
Okay, so
nor do I. But the murder, there were no murders of cops. A cop died a day later from a heart issue. Another guy committed suicide. And so there's not a single person that was charged with the murder of a police officer because it didn't happen.
And then
Number 3, how can you some of the people that are being removed are not criminals. They pay taxes and they shouldn't be removed. If they violated the law and they have a deportation order, Tom Homan has made it very clear, if you live in a sanctuary state or city, don't hang out with criminal illegals, because if you're near them, you're going home too. He's put everybody on notice. I'm sorry you don't like the policies. If you're here for 10 years illegally, you've been violating the law for 10 years. So that's all 3 of those.
That's Jay and mostly my answer. And I think the deportation of these illegal immigrants that are here illegally is something that our country needs. We need to cleanse our country and get back to letting good people in our country that want to do good things, not people that have done bad things. I'm all for immigration.
My grandmother came across on a boat the legal way at a point in time where you had to have somebody that could sponsor you. You were not allowed to take off of the government teat. You had to be able to prove that you were able to work. If you had a sty in your eye, if you had hepatitis, if you had anything, you were going back. We didn't let in sick people. We didn't let in people that didn't have something to contribute to the country, because that's what the basis of legal immigration is. We welcome people who want to become American, assimilate, and contribute.
All right,
it's a
sir.
merit-based society.
So we've blabbed on. What would you like? I mean, well, your option now to close this out before I move to my next story.
That I also want to say I don't agree with the riots or the destruction. I think they look like clowns, looting the stores. It's not the message. But I think the main problem is that the government's not listening. They're going into sanctuary cities. They're not supposed to. That's illegal.
No, it's not.
Yeah, they can't go into sanctuary cities.
It's not. A sanctuary city is not law. A sanctuary city is a title that a politician has given that particular city, whether it be the mayor, whether it be a governor. It's not a law. A sanctuary city or a state is not a law. It is a title that's been given by a politician high enough to denote that title. It's not law.
Well, it can be at times, but even when it is law, it's in violation of federal law. So, like abortion laws were in violation of federal law.
You know what,
That's
sir?
the whole thing.
You know what, sir? Do you know what this whole thing? Hold on. I gotta go. But I think we will agree. Shut up! God damn it! Shut up! I think we will agree that all of this stems from the polarization of politics. They have divided us so badly, and we are at each other's necks at every turn of the way. That's the problem. They have pitted us against each other, and we don't even know. You're on the. You can't even be in the middle. You're either on one team or another, and you fight like hell for both team for your team. It's ridiculous the state of politics, the volatility of our country right now. It's just we can't agree on nothing, and it's I've never seen it this volatile or bad in my entire life.
All right. Well, but even if we disagree, I love you guys. I'll always be a fan till I die, and Bubba Army, and love you guys.
Thank you. Appreciate you. God, I hate when people try to. I try to completely let them say their stuff, but then when I start talking, it's like their earpiece doesn't work.
Sometimes they don't. They just talk.
This is how you protest, ladies and gentlemen.
Hey, no ICE, no KKK, no racist.
Now, if you will look, there's not a fire. There's not anybody in the road impeding traffic.
There's nobody there.
Seth,
come on, Seth.
I'm just saying, Seth. If you're going to protest, this is how maybe we're down on numbers a little bit.
We're down on numbers. We don't have one vehicle to set on fire. We got nothing.
No, that's not how. This is how you protest. And you know what? Protests in your city probably look the same because your police agency and your sheriff and your mayor and your state and the head of police don't screw around, and they're not a bunch of snowflake ass woke bitches that are going to allow their agency to get pushed around. The people in Tampa know, Lummy, it gets around real fast that Chad Chronister and the head of the Tampa PD and Grady Judd and our governor is not going to. If this girl right here, I don't know if this is a girl or not, but if this person right here went and tried to set a bunch of stuff on fire, she would be tackled to the ground and arrested. This is peaceful protesting.
Hey, no ICE, no KKK, no racist USA. No ICE, no KKK, no racist USA.
No KKK, no USA, ICE. I don't know what the hell they're saying.
No ICE. No.
So then that one kind of lost its luster, Lummy. So they change it up and go to a different one. You ready?
Yeah.
USA. No ICE. No ICE in our state. No fear. No hate. No ICE in our state. No fear. No hate. No ICE in our state. No fear.
So here's what happened, though. These people gather around. They're anti-ICE. Well, then some people across the street gathered around, and they were pro-ICE.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
No hate. No ICE in our state. No fear. No hate.
Now, honest to God, I see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
No ICE in our state.
Bubba, it was like
9, 10,
105
11.
degrees yesterday.
Okay.
Too
hot to protest. I mean, look.
Say it loud, say it clear. Immigrants are welcome here. Say it loud, say it clear.
Say it proud and say it clear.
Immigrants are welcome here. Say it loud, say it clear. Immigrants are welcome here.
Say it pride and say it clear. Immigrants are welcomed here. How many of these people have to deal with immigrants?
See what I'm saying? They don't live in those communities.
Carolwood Karen here doesn't. I mean, maybe the immigrant cuts her lawn. I don't know.
Beta
Say
Bob.
it loud, say it clear. Immigrants are welcome here. Say it loud, say it clear. Immigrants are welcome here.
They should actually send this to L.A. and say, this is how you protest.
This is what democracy looks like.
Are you sure, Bubba?
If you people in L.A. want to protest in this manner, no throwing rocks, no starting fires, no impeding traffic, not having to bring the horses out. I don't even see any cops there. They're not even worried about it.
I think they drove by it and saw that it was nothing to worry
They're
about.
They
did drive by.
Unit 5 to Unit 6. Just go ahead and stay there back there at the shop. There ain't nothing. We've been by 5 times. We're trying to get them to throw something. We're really, really itching to throw somebody out on the ground. We can't find nothing.
We'll be doing lunch at Sweet Tomatoes if you guys just want to give us a buzz if anything happens.
We'll be doing lunch at Sweet Tomatoes.
Keep an eye out for the table at Sweet Tomatoes.
The cops even set up some cones for them and everything. See the cones?
Yep.
Cops set the cones up for them and everything.
No peace. This is what democracy looks like. This is what democracy looks like. This is what democracy looks like. Here's what democracy looks like. This is what democracy looks like. No justice, no peace. No justice, no peace.
Looks like about 81 lesbians on their lunch break. And then they applaud themselves. Look what and listen. And none of them accomplished anything.
Well, Bubba,
not one of them accomplished anything.
I sent you one too from another angle where when the light would turn red, they would walk out into the crosswalk and wave their flags and sit in the crosswalk, and then when the light turned green, they walked off.
Again,
that's nice.
That's
nice.
You know what? That is genuinely protesting.
Yeah, because if you watch the light signal,
protesting with a purpose. Ready?
Oh, there's Trump guys on that side. Look.
See there,
Trump guys on this side. Yeah. I feel like I feel like it's 2 high school teams that are hollering back. We got spirit. How about you? We got spirit. How about you? We got spirit. How about?
That's exactly. It's like a pep rally.
We want justice, you say
Mexico, go back to Mexico. Go back to Mexico.
Now they see how they get off the crosswalk.
Yeah, they're very courteous.
Yes.
Okay, it's time for us to get off the crosswalk. These poor cars got to get to work.
Yep.
Yeah, and you're fat.
Oh my God.
And you're fat.
They didn't walk in the crosswalk.
I kind of want to go down there, Seth, and get on that side of the deal where I can start yelling insults to people.
Send Tuttle in there, dude.
Hey, you're fat.
You need a flag?
So listen, this is more Tampa protesting. And look, cops, they got the pylons all, laid out for them.
Those cones would be on fire in L.A.,
We're
man.
actually seeing a handful of Tampa police officers make their way down here right outside City Hall where these protesters have been since about 3 this afternoon. You can see the prevailing message on this sign here. They are protesting. They say they're in solidarity.
Stop ICE raids.
With the folks protesting in California and protesting to stop ICE raids. And as you said, protesting in California.
Now you tell me what this bitch has ever done in life. Besides eat. No king secret police.
No effing.
No effing. No effing secret police.
I think with her, Bubba, I'm guessing that if she's looking for love, she wants to keep her options open.
Right.
And I think that's why you have to
immigrant.
keep...
Only an immigrant like the big girls.
You can't limit yourself to...
Right. She could almost get instant citizenship to a filthy immigrant.
I mean, she's taking $12 million off her.
Seth, I think I agree with you. I think she might have the right to be down there. She's looking for some love.
Yeah, keep them in the country.
Protesting to stop ICE raids. And as you said, there have been tensions raised. A lot of it has been chanting and protesting like this, but there have been tensions raised when folks
because the Trumpsters are over here. Look,
across the street.
I think there might be more.
The street, there were some pro-Trump counter-protesters. There was shouting matches, getting in the face of each other, even some pushing and shoving that we saw just about 20 minutes ago. That was the extent of it, though, as we've seen a handful.
Because you know why?
Yeah.
Because if anybody gets a little too froggy, they're Chad Cronisters and the boys will have them right down eating cement. Am I not right?
Yep.
That's why not a one of them is trying to start a fire, throw a rock, do nothing. They've established they will arrest your ass in Tampa.
Full of Tampa police officers make their way down right outside their main headquarters here where this is happening. Now, many of these protesters are also protesting what Florida's partnership is with federal ICE. Florida leads the nation really in these close partnerships with both state and local police agencies, assisting ICE in the deportation effort.
The state of Florida will be safer and secure as a result.
This is the difference between having a governor like what we have, which I'm not necessarily. I have
been very critical.
I've been very critical of this guy. I have, but he's not going to let any of this nonsense happen. Whereas Gavin Newsom has completely lost control of his state. You can say what you want about Florida. You can be critical of DeSantis, but everything's under control right now. There's no cop cars that are burning. There's nobody that are loitering. There's nobody breaking into 7-Elevens. There's nobody getting hurt and shot with rubber bullets, including journalists. There's nothing.
Of this legislation.
Governor Ron DeSantis saying that in February before signing new laws aimed at assisting the Trump administration's mass deportation plan.
So we saw an opportunity to have a much different relationship with the federal government.
Compared to other states, Florida now has a much closer one. Some state law enforcement officers have been sworn in to conduct immigration raids on their own, and all 67 county sheriffs, local and campus police departments have signed agreements to work alongside ICE in conducting arrests. Operation Tidal Wave last month led to more than 1,100 of people with deportation orders and outstanding warrants.
Anyway, I mean that's how
what
we
I was
roll.
talking about, that deportation tidal wave thing.
This is the lobby of Trump Plaza yesterday in New York. Bring them back. Yeah. Bring them back. People that I guess they've already corralled up. They got their mug shots and they're saying, bring them back. How about we bring them back and drop them off right off of your front step?
This is the New York City Police.
Oh, yeah, listen to this. They got a recorded message telling you they're going to yoke you up. Watch.
Department. You are occupying these premises unlawfully. And
Lummy, that's all I got to see for me to tell Seth, grab your book bag. We're out of here, buddy.
Yeah, we're getting out of here now.
When I see this guy who has 14 hand ties and one of them's going on me, Seth, let's get the hell out of here, okay?
Without permission, I'm ordering you to leave these premises now. If you refuse to leave...
It only takes one playing of that recording for me to hit up the escalator, Lummy, like I'm going to some other store.
You may be subject to arrest.
See, so I'm thinking if you get up at any time before they start coming at you, you're going to be okay.
Oh, you're good.
If you get up and start making your way to the double doors, or I think there's an escalator that goes up to the next level. I think if you get up and distance yourself from this, you're going to be okay.
I'm here to get one of those Taco Bell bowls that Trump had on Cinco de Mayo.
Yeah, I think they give you plenty of opportunity. They give you plenty of opportunity not to get arrested.
This is the New York City Police Department. You are occupying...
And be like, hey, Lummy, let's go down to this store.
Yeah, let's get out of here.
No, hold on. Better yet, let's go up this escalator and get the hell out of here.
Look at the people again, Bobby. Where do they look at the makeup of the people?
Yeah.
Well, look at the older people. The cops are like, oh, God.
There's a bunch of white liberals who don't live near illegal immigrants.
That's okay. They all got $84 George Soros checks anyway.
If you want a deep dive into the Bubba the Love Sponge show from the past, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com. We'll be back after these words.
Oh, there's the horses.
I don't want to play. I'm gonna play this next.
Those things are badass. Looks mostly peaceful.
Started shooting fireworks at the police.
Like professional grade, that's like deadly weapons.
And at the horses.
Thank you, Smizuki Slayer. You guys think we're way off or we're on the right side? I think this is just common sense stuff, to be honest with you. I just don't get it. What's up, Xerxes? My pleasure, Jerry. No one can ever answer that question, who was murdered that day. Thank you, Cracker Chris. That is funny. Daryl Swims, what's up, buddy? New name? Jefferson D. Thomas Gilson, Stop and Go Steve, Berto Perez, what's up, everybody? Are all illegals correct, caviar tacos? One of my dear friends is right up there, Nick. He's a badass. Chris Keyes. Yes, Ed Kelly. In Florida, there was a series of kids that were dropping bricks, cinder blocks off of overpasses on the highway. It would go through the windshield and kill people. So yeah, throwing a brick at a windshield can be considered attempted murder or assault with a deadly weapon. FJ Barr, Holy Oak Joe, what up? Mark Jones, Dave Rock. Fan in Orlando, good morning, everybody. I think she did get the Torture Act for all the people that have a deportation order. I tell you what, I've always been a Pam Bondi fan, but she has just become the baddest ass ever. I love her. What up, Mark Jones? You're never going to get me again with that group of lips. Keep trying, buddy. Bama boy. What up? First game of Florida State's Bam, I believe.
I think it is, yeah.
Nola for life. What's up?
I think it's going to be the college game day.
Yeah? I may go up there for that one.
Lee Corso's last game.
Did they have a good off season? They have a good team? Florida State? No, yeah. Bama's always good.
Yeah, they should. Florida State should. This year, they should be. I mean, they should be fine.
It's never seen such like a team fall apart from undefeated season to what they win 2 games the next season. Or
Well, they got their fucking portal picked.
Yeah,
That's
and they
what
got
happened.
fucked by the the bowl game commission. It was the worst ever.
Well, they put their eggs in the wrong basket with the DJ kid.
Yeah, I think Pacers. I'm gonna call you the police. Whoop, whoop. What up, buddy? Who's the first Bucks game? I don't even know. What's up, Sicilian Redneck? I haven't even really paid attention. We have a hard season. I haven't really looked at that yet.
Yeah, that's going to be difficult. I mean, everything is better. Division's going to be soft.
You know, Jimmy Burns, there's pockets of beauty and amazing things. Like, this isn't happening in Orange County or San Diego. They wouldn't put up with this crap.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabedo studios.
Aquabedo.com/Bubba.
It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
PayPal, Venmo, Cash App at the Bubba Army. BubbaArmyTips.com. Or you can always go join BubbaArmyHQ.com and have our complete library at your fingertips. Clem Kush today, call it 40. 35 to 40. I got to walk Jay out, then I'm going to get him a little bit of my chair. And then we got Operation Pigmentation as well. Thank you for the 1,000 thumbs up over on YouTube. Appreciate y'all. If you're watching us on Rumble, make sure you follow. Let me, what is it? To join? Is it it's follow?
Yeah, it's follow also.
Make sure you follow us. Like to hit 10K on that deal relatively soon. Before I leave, we're going to probably be a little bit late, but ABC, the headlines reads, this is ABC National. Acts of a dictator. Newsom lashes out at Trump after the arrest threat. But then again, it looks like ABC shows in a fair type of way all the upheaval and how just volatile it is in Los Angeles, and it almost validates maybe the 700 to 900 Marines that are headed that way, the National Guard that's already there. So and then I think this is the report, Lummy, that shows the horses with the fish aquariums on their eyes.
Yes. But watch, they will blame it on Trump. They will show it all, but somehow they're going to blame the whole thing on Trump.
Trigger rage on the streets of.
See, now, if you look at that,
right?
To me, that does not look peaceful. To me, that does not look like your department, your state, and Newsom / Bass-led department, people employed by the state of California. You're not handling things.
Of Los Angeles, cars set on.
By the way, that's a Los Angeles SUV police vehicle.
And they're stuck under the overpass.
Which is causing the bridge to potentially be, collapse.
Cops in on horseback. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Kira Phillips, and now military style.
Hold on. Look at the horses in the fish aquariums.
Is used against the protesters. President Trump says it'll be a great thing if California's governor Gavin Newsom is arrested amid.
Yeah, it probably helps him with tear gas. Probably also helps him, if the looters are throwing stuff and it hits him in the eye,
for sure. Growing protests against his immigration policies. Trump talking to reporters just a moment ago.
Gavin Newsom he's daring Tom Homan to come and arrest him. Should he do it? I would do it if I were Tom. I think it's great. Gavin likes the publicity, but I think it would be a great thing. He's done a terrible job.
And now Governor Newsom is firing back at Trump, saying the president called.
Listen, man, Newsom already screwed the pooch on the wildfires, and I think he's screwing the pooch on this.
Calls for his arrest is unmistakably a step toward authoritarianism. From the White House to
Again, so they showed you like some really bad scenarios that are happening in L.A., but they're going to call Trump an authoritarianism.
Well, did you hear what she said, though?
What?
She said Trump called for his arrest.
Tensions running high.
Well, that is. I mean, I don't know, man. I think everybody. Yeah, I mean,
to respond to Trump taking over California's National Guard without Governor Newsom even approving it. That move marking the first time a president has overruled a governor to do that since the civil rights movement 60 years ago. The city swept up in a force that you haven't seen since federal immigration authorities began a series of these sweeps Friday, arresting more than 100 people. Our Melissa Dawn is there on the scene in L.A. Also joining me, our Christian Cordero and contributor and former NYPD chief of detectives, Robert Boyce. So, Melissa, tell us what's happening on the streets.
Let's see how these people break it down.
Right now.
Meanwhile, by the way, she's got 3 cars that are completely 100% burnt down to the ground.
Holy cow.
Like you can't even.
Rims are there.
Yeah.
Yes, Kira. So here in Los Angeles, it has been a quiet.
You can see 4 rims.
morning, and more so it has just been the aftermath. Some cleanup crews that we're noticing now coming out, that is what we've seen, but the aftermath is these burned out cars. Of course, these were the Waymo vehicles. You see them, just skeletons, all charred up, 5 of them out here in a line. Now at this point, we are expecting some protests. We're actually hearing some people just now that are coming into the street area. We're noticing a lot of people that are coming are covering their faces. They're wearing bandanas.
Alex Stein needs to be here, Lummy. He needs to be on a first plane to LA right now.
Yeah, he does.
You know what
They're
I'm saying?
wearing masks, they're wearing hats. This crowd over here has some sunglasses on as well. We are expecting some rallies to get started shortly, so we're trying to see where exactly some people are going to be staging in because it's difficult. Parts of Los Angeles are blocked off. Here in the downtown area, we're right by Union Station, a big police presence. So if people are driving in, they're parking cars and really walking over right now.
So, Christian, on what grounds is the White House suggesting it could actually arrest the governor of California?
I want to hear this.
Suggest is an operative word there. Border Czar Tom Homan said that it is illegal to harbor an undocumented immigrant and also to impede the efforts of law enforcement. So 2 things that they're kind of zeroing in on here. But when asked and pressed on whether the governor or LA Mayor Karen Bass or other elected officials who have been out in the streets protesting, whether they have actually crossed a line as far as the administration is concerned, there isn't much clarity there just yet. A lot of rhetoric back and forth, but Homan suggesting that what he is saying is simply a warning right now. There's no doubt, though, that this is escalating the tensions, not just on the streets, what you're seeing right there over the past couple of days, but certainly between the elected officials on both sides of the aisle, with the governor saying that this is an unmistakable...
Again, this is politics. A lot of this is politics. Most of this is politics.
...step towards authoritarianism, Kira.
So, Bob, earlier you told me that Newsom and Trump should keep the politics out of this, but...
Yeah, they should.
Clearly, that's not what is happening here.
No, I would say, gentlemen, we have a riot going on, and that's what we should be putting our resources to and our thoughts right now, instead of the back and forth. So this has to end now, and we also have to get people in there to keep people safe. I think during the daytime they'll be fine. You're going to have grids all put out. You're not going to let people walk like they did yesterday. It's the evening though, and now you have to start using words like curfew if that's appropriate. That's has to be done by the mayor. There's limited resources there, and it looks like it's fever pitch. So really, you have to layer that with as much help as you can. These National Guard troops, all they're going to do is protect, like they did in 2020 on George Floyd, public property, purposely the federal government property, and they'll be on bridges and subways and things like that. But they're not going to do an arrest roll. They won't. They'll pull back and let the LAPD do their job with other police departments that are coming in. So
But will the LAPD do their job if the governor of their state has instructed their police or their superior, which at the end of the day, some which could be the mayor, if they're telling them, hey, I want hands off. I want these guys to be able to do what they want to do. I mean, it's a big political power struggle, is it not? It's who's got the bigger D.
Yeah,
and in some instances it could be the governor and the mayor, and in some instances, where Donald Trump gets involved federally, it's him.
I don't think when he's calling in the National Guard and then 500 or 700 Marines, I'm not sure the other side has a real chance.
I mean, they're saying though that they're only allowed to protect federal properties, and they're not allowed to go into the community. And I think that's single-handedly ICE.
Yeah, they can't make arrests.
Only ICE can do that. I think the Marines and the National Guard can only protect buildings and federal holdings. I think.
And the police. They can protect the California police.
But if the California police, Jay, have been instructed to stand down, then what is there to protect?
And I don't know that they've been instructed that, because that would be potentially a violation of, federal law. So I think they're being very crafty in how they handle it.
I know it's a mess. Absolute mess. Just like Clement Kush will be. Promising you a mess. It always is. We'll do it about 40. Appreciate y'all. See you then.
Thanks for letting me finish.
You've been listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show, starring
Me, Bubba the Love Sponge.
Co-host and show historian, Lumet.
It's Seth, co-host and president of podcasting.
It's Brian Matroni, king of counter programming.
You're wiring up. It's Mini Macho.
The BRN agent, Thomas Buttoned Up B.
Co-host Dr. Dan Diaco, Esquire of Council.
Co-host J. Diaco Esquire, the Spitting Cobra of Council.
Now, time for the legal disclaimer.
Exactly.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show is intended solely for the enjoyment of our listening audience. Any rebroadcast, retransmission, or other use of this show without express written consent of the Bubba Radio Network is prohibited.
We must dissuade him of this delusion.
Until next time, always remember.
I'll repeat hello.